to the Safety Doc Podcast with author, radio host, and nationally recognized safety expert, Dr. David Perodin. Join us each week as we discuss the best and most bizarre practices in safety preparation and crisis response. Follow Dr. Perodin on Twitter at SafetyPhD. And remember, the truth will keep you safe.
Hey everybody, it is your good friend Dr. David Perodin from down here in the North Star recording studio, where I do have the gain up a little bit today because every time I go to render this and I download the recording on YouTube, I have to jack up the audio for Podbean. So hopefully it's not too hot for everybody out there, but anyway, let me know. Got some extra lighting. I'm running this through a different program today. So I'm using UCam 10. I had UCam 8, I had UCam 9. Now I downloaded UCam 10 for $44.99, which personally, I don't recommend it. It's not, it doesn't really offer me much more than I had in UCam 9. I can do all these crazy, like, in the moment makeup features, which, don't really work here. So I have some additional lighting, but let me see. I can do this, do the kind of smiley guy, do the 20th century thing here. So do the thumbs up there for my good friend Zippy, All Pro Leventon falling in. Thanks, buddy. Swamp Dog Armory, Spam Bot, Solid Juice. So thanks, everybody. I'm going to give you the thumb here. Then remember what this thumb means. I don't have Facebook, but it does mean please subscribe to this channel, share it with your friends, subscribe from your many social media channels, and an update here. So I'm going to, whoa! All right, I won't do this whole show, but where are we at here for, that's really a bad graphic. Where are we at for show subscribers? So believe it or not, we are over 1,200, which is a new all-time high for this show. So we are doing awesome. So please continue to subscribe, and that'd be great. We are on fire. Whoa, that was well placed. So yeah, here we, whoa, look at this. So, all right, I'm going to knock that off for a while. You guys are like, come on. Well, you gotta, it's part of UCam. So yeah, got some extra lighting in here today. So hey, look at this. I have a second camera angle going here, which I just really messed up. Here we go. Here's a second camera angle. So pretty cool. So how this works actually is that is an old cell phone that's just logged into my local network here and to the channels. So it's just showing me from a side angle, which is pretty cool, right? So you get to see the rest of the well, not the rest, but this side of the office. So up on the wall over here, I have these big, productions, my cover of the book, and then the audio book, they're over there and you can kind of get to see, but yeah, I thought, I'd change things up a little bit here. So it's free. Like, I upgraded the phone a year ago and I kept this one and I'm like, what am I going to use it for? And I took my daughter out to practice softball skills back in May, and I set it up on a tripod to record her hitting and stuff. And she hit a liner and just missed this phone by inches. I would have totally destroyed it. But here it is, like doing duty as the side cam. So, but I'm going to remove it and go to the main cam right now. So welcome everybody. Thank you very much for being here. Spambot is saying, hey, the second camera is a reminder to keep your podcast space tidy. Yeah, down here, it is really a tidy setup. I don't have much down here, and this office was renovated, over the last year or two. And so sometime I'll throw the camera around so you can see it this way over on the other wall where I have some of my artwork up that I inherited from some relatives, some 1960s New Mexico artwork. So, but yeah, there isn't much going on down here in my backpack, which I guess is over here. It's not really in view, but I'll be teaching 8 Saturdays coming up this fall. So it's Alec Batinio, our truck driving friend in the field. Thanks, buddy. What's up, Doc? Finally, hey, thanks, buddy. I really appreciate you being here. So appreciate all of you. Zippy, who's been up since yesterday morning. Combination of coffee, Mountain Dew, and Red Bull. You gotta take care, buddy. You gotta sleep at some time. The second camera. My setup is dust, wires, clutter. When I brought this desk back, this desk weighs 400 pounds. That's not hyperbole. It actually does. It's from the 40s. And when I had this office redone and the new wood floor put in, I had this desk. I moved it over with like heavy, wheel rollers and stuff. And I put it, I think, 14 inches from the wall. So I could get in back of it and rewire things and clean and stuff like that, because there's like no way I'd be able to move the desk. And that was a really smart move, because initially I never had that space where I could kind of walk in back of my desk. So, hey, I had my routine doctor's appointment this week, and I lost 6 pounds. Everything's looking good there with the doc. So, that's good stuff. I thought I lost more, but I'll take 6. So yeah, I have to, my screen is being, here we go. There we go. I'll remove that. So it's kind of a cool thing. Like, it doesn't cost me anything to have that over there. So I'm like, hey, why not? So, so today's show, Swamp Dog Armory is asking, does a cell phone ban include smartwatches? So this is a great question. Let's get into today's show. The show is, the title here is Michigan Bill. So there's a bill in Michigan right now. So a lot of school safety is state by state. We've talked about that before on the show. There's very little federal legislation for school safety. It really comes down to the states. Michigan has a bill. I don't know if I would exactly say this is a school safety bill. I probably wouldn't, but so they have a bill right now, and I'll get into that in a little bit here. I already have the blog post written for this, and if you go in the description, right, you can find this stuff. But there's a bill that Representative Gary Eisen proposed to ban cell phones in schools, in all school property, on the bus, on the playground, anywhere, And so we're going to talk about that today. What would that mean? Also, like, what are the positives for having cell phones on school campus if you're a student, right? And what are reasons against it? So does this bill have merit or doesn't it? I also instruct legal courses. So I have 2 going on this fall for like aspiring school administrators, and we talk about this stuff, but we're going to get into this pretty deep tonight. Like 7 reasons for, 7 reasons against. And again, I already have the blog post written. The description is fully kind of populated out. So yeah, it's so right off the bat here, Swamp Dog says, what does it mean for smart watches and stuff like that? Smart. So that's a great question, right? And the bill actually doesn't get that finite where it breaks it down into that. So you're right off the bat, Swamp Dog has identified something that's a problem in the bill. So, hey, our good friend Steve is here. So, Michigan. So, for all of its faults, I know Joe Dolio and a lot of good people in Michigan. So, but yeah. So the question we're going to go through is like, should you ban cell phones in schools? So, we'll go through that. Now, before I get into that, I want to, first of all, thank all of you for being here. Thank you so much for supporting this channel. We are at a record subscribership, and hopefully the audio is coming through good, but 1,202 subscribers. That's an all-time high for the show. And we are within 750 hours of having the show monetized. So that's awesome. Both of those are records. And next week, just to give you an idea, I have coming on the show next week, Graham Wilson, known as Super Pilotish on YouTube. Graham Wilson is a Canadian pilot and flight instructor, and he is a funny guy. Like, if you go back to his YouTube channel, Super Pilotish, some of the stuff he was producing in uh, some animated stuff that came out around 2010, 11. It was just hilarious and hundreds of thousands of views regarding like pilots and stuff. So we were in contact. I talked to him a couple times by phone this week. We had like a Skype meeting, and and so we're all set to go a week from today. That Graham will be on the show, and he's been doing more with his YouTube channel. But he's a smart guy, and he's a storyteller, and he's a funny guy. So we will have a great show. Let me back out of this just a second and show you the thumbnails so you get an idea who Graham is, because I have that ready. I've been working ahead on this because I've got a lot of teaching coming up, so or a lot of out of the area teaching. So what in the world, Dave? Here we go. All right, so just a second, you should be able to see it. All right, so you just got an idea there for decision making up in the air, right? With the grams. So yeah, that's actually one of my best thumbnail productions. Put a little bit of time into that to make that look cool. So but yeah, super pilotish on YouTube. And we're going to talk about, when he trains new pilots, like decision making, and then also some of the really quirky stuff that goes on in, like if you're flying a plane, right? So just as a really good show. He's a fun guy. It's going to be good. So again, thank you for everybody. We are at show kind of record numbers right here. So thank you very much, and thank you to our good friend Bacon Maldito out of the greater Inglewood area at one point. And I appreciate it. 1.21 as of now. Oh my God. Bacon, that's amazing. So, there was a time where I did like the first 120 shows and I had like 300, 400 subscribers. And I was doing shows on a pretty regular schedule, 1, 2 a week. And I was like, oh my God, when is this going to take off? Not that 1.21 is taking off, but and then actually it was DLD After Dark who really helped give me a boost in the channel, and then all of you subscribing, telling people, and once you crest 1,000 you're eligible for monetization, and then 1.21 and so forth. And it does make a difference, right? Because then when I go into the when I do things with people, or when I have people on as guests and things, and they're like, oh, like you've got over 1,000 subscribers, kind of like, legitimate, right? Brings them on, or, I've done 180 episodes. I bake him Maldito on. I'm going to interview Swamp Dog Armory, right? It's going to come on the show here. Zippy's been on the show. So, all good stuff. So Zippy's saying, then I guess it's like a jacket at a restaurant when you leave it. Oh yeah. We're talking about kind of the cell phone stuff. So Swamp Dog is saying the only way to get it back is black or jam the signal. We're talking about cell phones. So, well, why don't we get into that, since we've got a lot kind of going in there. Bacon saying, hey, we're at 1.2. This is great. So thanks. Thanks. So just so you know the setup, I'm going to give you the controllers that are in front of me. I have my main monitor. I have 6 feet of monitors in front of me. Literally 6 feet from side to side. So in front of me is my main monitor where I'm looking at all of you, and I have the comments coming up. The left are the show notes and my kind of blog posts I put together, and the right is the monitor screen. So that's what's happening right now across the 3 screens. When you see me, you're like, what's Doc doing? Is he staring down a ghost? I'm like, it could be. It's, I don't know. I've seen crazy stuff like in replays happening in the back of this show here, but no, I'm not staring down a ghost. So let's do this. I'm going to read my intro here. So James David Dixon, who is a personal friend of mine, and he is from Michigan, and so he's a great guy. James David Dixon, managing editor of Michigan Capital Confidential, formerly he was with the Detroit News, but he wrote an article about Michigan House Bill 6171. House Bill 6171. And it was introduced in June of 2022 by Representative Gary Eisen, E-I-S-E-N, Gary Eisen. The proposed bill reads, so this is what the bill says, right? Like you think a bill is pages and pages and whatever. This is what the bill says. Beginning with the 2022-23 school year, the Board of board of a school district or intermediate school district or board of directors of a public school academy shall ensure that each school operated by the board or board of directors develops or adopts and implements a policy that prohibits the use of personal cellular devices by pupils enrolled in the school during the scheduled school day when the pupil is at school. Okay, I guess. At school, it's in quotes, means in a classroom, elsewhere on school property, or on a bus or other school related vehicle. So, whoa. So suddenly this legislator, this representative comes out in Michigan in June, and like they give no one like a lot of time to like debate this, right? And to really think about it. And he says, hey, like here's the deal. Like I want this bill passed and it would ban cell phones. So, so I guess at first glance, this, I mean, like Swamp Dog brought up a question. Does this involve like smart watches and stuff like that and other devices? How do you define a cell phone, right? Because, again, could be a watch, things like that. So, but basically wants to ban it anywhere on school property. So, as James David Dixon wrote, who I have a much respect for, he said he wrote a very compelling article, which will be in the blog post at safetyphd.com. He went down the rabbit holes of saying, here's what to consider if you're going to do this, like the reasons for or against this. Now I'm going much deeper today, and the purpose of his article was to make people aware of this. It wasn't to go really deep into these rabbit holes, but yeah, we're going to do that. So, I have to get down. I've kind of got my show notes set up a little differently here. So anyway, let's get into this. But first, let's go back to the chat. So what we're going to talk about today is banning cell phones in school. So this wouldn't be done at a federal level, right? The feds don't actually do a lot of school safety or school policy on this type of stuff. Like they don't do really much at all. It comes down to the states. And then I'm going to point out some things though that are really kind of unique about this proposal. And like ultimately, like I don't think this will ever happen or this would work. But let's talk about 7 reasons for and 7 reasons against as soon as I go back to the chat. And let's make sure. So yeah, so it's our good friend Swamp Dog Armory who's saying, finished an intro for Night Custom Builds, working on the edits for the VR. Wow. So Swampy, I'd love to be on your show sometime. Kind of a shout out here from the doc to my good friend Swampy. Bring me on the show, Swampy. All right. Here we go. This is our good friend Bacon Maldito. First thing I thought about seeing the title was based on current, rather politicized events. I'll hold until Doc is well into the topic. Okay. All right. And some of that might happen once we get into the topic. So thanks, Bacon. Our good friend Zippy. Sounds like California's banning gas car sales while they are in an energy crisis. Yeah, no kidding, right? That's a big mess going on out there. I have some friends in California. They're like, holy smokes, this is not a good situation for us. So, I'm not running into any of that here where, I live in Wisconsin as far as like, crazy energy bills or stuff like that. But I guess, wait and see. So Spambot Fodder saying, I work for a telco and I know for a fact that walled garden microcell sites can lock down all 4G phones in an area. Schools, prisons, and aircraft carriers are the biggest. Holy smokes. I didn't know that, buddy. Yikes. So, all right. I like having the second camera option. So I'm saying, so it's not really banning cell phones, but banning personal use. No, I think it would be banning. So Swamp Dog brings up a good point in this. Is it banning cell phones or is it banning the personal? It's saying you can have a cell phone, you just can't turn it on, right? So I think the bill actually bans cell phones. So but it's pretty vague, right? That's one of the problems we're going to get into with this bill is it's really vague. It doesn't exactly say, okay, can you bring a cell phone? But then you have to like put it in and check it in at the office, and they keep it in a pouch and you get it back at the end of the day, or how does that work? So it's not there. So it's our good friend Misty, Mrs. Wayne. Thanks for being here. Serious question here from Swamp regarding that. How will that affect homeschoolers in Michigan? For those doing e-learning? Yeah, I wouldn't think it would apply, right? So it is a good question, right? And so what you're doing, Swamp, and everybody else is like you're immediately pointing out like how does it apply here and here and here, and when this bill is proposed, it just was basically a paragraph saying ban phones on school property, and without like the instruction specifically of like, well, does it how about a 4K site or how about homeschool or e-learning, which I don't think it would apply to homeschool or e-learning, and how are you going to enforce it, right? But it's a good question. Like, so it's a pretty crazy knee jerk bill to have out there. So have a good time, y'all. Hey, Nick, get some sleep, buddy. Um, so let's get into this. So what are the reasons to ban cell phones? So just global. This isn't what the bill says. Remember, the bill just says cell phones need to be banned from school premises, right? Like we need to, you can't have them. So the bill doesn't say how that looks like in policy. It's actually not really a school board policy thing because you cannot write a school board policy to override a state regulation, a state law, right? So I think this person's intent, although I couldn't find it, was to make it easier for state led for school districts to say, we're being overwhelmed with kids like tuning into their phones all day or bullying other kids or whatever. So we'll just make a state law, and then the Board of Education doesn't have to worry about it. Like people coming and being, testy at their meetings of saying, we don't want this. Say like, this bill is crazy. It's crazy. It's crazy bill. It's crazy bill. We don't want this. So we'll just like make this federal law about it, or state law about it. So let's get into it. What are reasons to have cell phones? I think the first reason here to have a cell phone is the fact that cell phones are part of learning. Like every one of us, right, pretty much has our cell phone on us all day at all times. We use it for navigation, we use it for math, we use it for communication. Like it is just inherently part of us. So it's going to be part of our learning process. It's basically inseparable from learning. By the year 2007, educators, by the year 2007, so we're going back 15 years, educators conceded that cell phones could play an important part in learning. Universities shared or started to use text messages to reach out to students. This was in 2007. And a survey released by Singular Wireless indicated that parents believe text messaging helped to improve communications with children. It's in an article by Loveless. It's going to be cited in a blog post at safetyphd.com, by the way. So what you see down in your corner, that blog post will be up tomorrow. But I don't place a lot of weight in surveys, but basically this whole thing of like, cell phones in schools, like that's actually, been around for a long time, right? It's nothing new. So one is it's part of learning. All of us have our cell phones on us, and we hook it up in our car to Waze to find that, our navigation, if we got to look up whatever. Do our banking, it's just part of, it's very integrated. So why would you separate that out from learning? It kind of goes back, and I have this later in this segment of, when I was growing up, you couldn't have a calculator during like math examinations or any of that. Like it was very limited on when you could use a calculator. But yet when I was in 1984, remember, I ordered a flat screen calculator watch, a scientific calculator watch. I don't know where I got it out of Cali. It was great. And so by 1984, like I had this regular watch, which was a calculator watch, and anyway. But so number one, cell phones are part of learning. That's the reason to have them. So you have to just assume people are going to have cell phones or some derivative of that technology, as Swampy said, a wrist phone or whatever it is. Like they're going to have that with them, and probably down the road like Singularity, like a Neuralink or something. But yeah, this will happen. Number two, school safety. So how about cell phones and school safety? Well, One of the things is a lot of schools go to these school safety apps. All right, we have a school safety app, and so if there's an intruder, right, we're going to let everybody know through this app or whatever's going on. Like that technology, one isn't perfected. It's not tested on students with disabilities. It's not tested on students in general. Not tested on young kids. Things like that. So I think we over rely on that technology. It's kind of like app in a can, right? Just here it is. I think that will get better, but I think also for school safety, for students being able to report out that if they perceive a threat or identify a threat, right, that they can get that information into the system sooner. So I think that's good. Now there can be issues, right, with students in classrooms trying to call out to 911 and things like that. But I mean, I think in general, to come up with a bill to prohibit phones like Michigan has done, right? And to not recognize the impact on school safety. Do students having phones make schools safer? And I would argue probably more on the yes side, right? Like there's negatives of bullying and things like that, but in a crisis situation, the thought is each one of those cell phones is kind of like a smoke alarm, which I have just around the corner from me. And with that situation, right, you think of all those students as kind of smoke alarms, like roaming smoke alarms. They can detect what's going on and report it sooner. As these phones get the better GPS capability, they can use that also to report out in where they are at. Like I'm currently in this location in the building. Like the phone, if you have like the app, what 3 words will do that? Phones will just do that in general as we go forward. Like they'll with geo tracking, like you'll be able to know right where that phone is down to like a 3 by 3 meter square. So I think not allowing students to have phones in school degrades school safety. Boom, said it. I'm sticking with it. Number 3, singularity. So what is singularity? So singularity, and wait, I'm going to pause here. Welcome to a couple people. It's our good friend Ron Wayne. Thank you for subscribing, and thank you, Ron Wayne, for being here. I appreciate it. I think you're new to the show. It's our good friend Ting Ting. Appreciate you very much. I don't need a cell phone as a girl. This is Ting Ting. My children will not carry one now, and they know how to pick up another cell phone and call 911 if needed. So, right. Actually, yeah, like my youngest daughter, who is, pretty old as far as like not having a cell phone, like she won't have one for another year. Um, we are not the parents who, when our kids in elementary school or middle school for that matter, provided them cell phones. That was more, once you get into high school. And so, yeah. So thanks, Ting Ting. Alex Patino is saying, when I was stationed in Fort Benning, Georgia from 2012 to 2014, cell phones were confiscated from the recruits, but we're allowed to have them for 1 hour a night. So, yeah, we'll get into this. Like, I mean, thanks for posting it, Alex, because I think there are definite drawbacks, right, in general to too much time onto cell phones or whether anything that's like, a screen device, which become very addictive. So that's a good point. So thanks for sharing that, buddy. It's our new friend to the show, Krabby Turtle. What about the kids that don't have phones that exist? So we'll get into that. Like, what does equity look like? And it's kind of crazy because like a lot of the kids, that they just seem to have phones, like at the elementary schools, right? I mean, it's just kind of it's really weird. I remember when our youngest daughter was, maybe like second, third grade, and she'd be like, I'm the only one who doesn't have a phone. I'm like, what? And then you go to school and you'd see these kids where they'd be, doing a sleepover and stuff like that, and they'd have their phones and be like, it's crazy. So yeah, it's our good friend Bolo in the house, Bolo in the house, Bolo, Canada. Thanks for the watch hours, buddy. I am within 750. Bolo went to a Dave Chappelle show. No cell phones were allowed. Obviously, don't leak the joke. Yeah. What does school have to hide? So, we'll get into that. Thanks, Bolo. Hope you had a good time, by the way. So, good. I appreciate it. Well, Ron, thanks for subscribing, buddy. So, and Not new, just a new name. Okay. Gotcha. Gotcha. So number 3, singularity. So the thought is that by the year 2045, that AI and humans will have some kind of crossover. And it'll probably be similar to this is the thought, right? The movie I, Robot, right? Like came out 15 years ago or whatever with Will Smith, that things would kind of be like that, right? There would be people might have neural links implanted and there might be, robots, basically, doing some assisting of mankind, self-driving vehicles and stuff. So singularity is inevitable. So at some point we will get to that. And so you talk about banning cell phones, right? You're like, cell phones are bad. They're bad. But the fact is, in the 1970s, a calculator, this thing right here, folks, this was like, you had this in the 70s, like go to jail, like it's bad. You go to the office, you had a calculator. This thing's probably from the 70s, by the way. So, you couldn't have a calculator because the question was, well, if you have a calculator, like, then you're not going to learn how to do the math equation, right? And what if you're out and you have to do math and you don't have a calculator? Well, everybody, kind of got a calculator because they were free or they were on their phone. Now they're on their phones. And so it's the same thing here. Singularity is by the time we get to crossing over 2045, and I've heard now kind of like newer studies of saying, singularity probably happened closer to like 2038, 2037, not that far away, 10, 15 years. So futurist Ray Kurzweil, Kurzl. So Ray Kurzweil, no. He's like, hey, you didn't spell it right. He's an expert on singularity. So the thing is, like, cell phones, the reality is, will we have cell phones in 10 years? Maybe, maybe not. Maybe they'll just be on your wrist, or they'll be built into some kind of, glasses thing, or they'll be some kind of, lens that you'll wear, or just a neural link or whatever. Like that will happen. It will happen. It's inevitable. So this whole thing of banning cell phones is really short-sighted too. It's kind of like the calculator thing. Like, what's going to be the next cell phone? Again, is the cell phone just going to be something that's on your wrist, or is it going to be something kind of implanted in a lens or something like that? So you're not going to be able to continue to keep pace and ban technologies. Singularity is inevitable. I'm not saying singularity is good or bad, just where we're going to get to. But actually, I think it's going to be good. But the thing is, right, schools are like, how do we handle this? It's kind of like what they're doing with calculators. I remember schools that just ban, one-to-one devices like crazy. Like, we don't want kids to have a tablet or an iPhone or iPad. Like, what? And it's like, now they pretty much all schools do it. Schools where my kids go, like, they each get a Chromebook, so but anyway, so we have our first 3 things here. The one is for reasons to not ban cell phones. One, cell phones are part of learning. We use them all day long to be with us. School safety. I'd rather have students with phones than without. Singularity is inevitable. So if you ban a cell phone, like, eventually singularity is going to come around. Then what are you going to do? Are you going to put students in some kind of Faraday cage to not let them connect? I mean, some of this is kind of a little bit dystopian, a little bit, science-y, but it's reality. Number 4 is communications. Be it text, email, or calling, right? A cell phone makes communication efficient. Like, by having my cell phone, I can get a hold of anybody. I can, text and I can do that, right? So you can communicate, right, with other, teachers can get information out to say, class is canceled today, or it's in a different classroom, or whatever that be, and communicate with, parents, all these things. So communications, cellular communications are part of communications, right? So, I remember being in the 1990s, man, here. I remember being by the way, School of Errors, Rethinking School Safety, the best book written about school safety. $20, guys. You get the audiobook also from many places. Just, type in, get the audiobook. But $20 for this book is great. It's great. It's a great book. So, and many reasons to read this, right? The rescue of 500,000 people in 9 hours from Lower Manhattan. My other book, The Velocity of Information, right here. Also an awesome book. Check this one out. So, yeah. how people kind of hit a wall 90 days into chaotic situations, and how to help them bounce back. And it probably isn't you, right? You're like, it's not me, but you're like, I know people that have done that. I know I have relatives that have done that. So what can I do to help them out? It's an awesome book. It's up for a major award, not a leg lamp. I suppose I could receive one. I don't know. But I'll know within a week or two if I receive the S.I. Hayakawa Award. This book was submitted for the best work in semantics or word meaning. That closed in August, so I will know soon if that book receives the award, which would be awesome. So, yeah, they're really good books. School of Airs had a big uptick at the start of the year, like a lot of sales of this book. You see the big ones behind me. Getting paperback, hard copy, ebook, audiobook. It's all out there. I'd narrate the audiobook, so check it out. So yeah, communications, have a cell phone on you for communication purposes, especially if you're going mobile, right? Kids are doing much more off campus, or if there's an emergency where they have to go off campus, they still have that mobile device on them. Mobile device, I get. Navigation. Here's another reason to have a cell phone. GPS navigation apps such as What Three Words or Waze. What Three Words is an app I talked about at one point. If you use What Three Words, it's free on your phone, right? It will show where you're at within a 3x3 meter area. So let's say you're waiting outside at a concert and you want to meet up with your friends. You're like, here's where I am. And like, it will pinpoint that location and those other people can find you. So, and of course, ways to navigate and stuff like that. So navigation is built into these apps. Kids are used to this. So again, you're separating them out from navigation, which maybe they, in school, especially at a college campus. Now we're not talking college, but navigating larger campuses, can be facilitated through the use of GPS. You can have a student use GPS. What Three Words could navigate them throughout a school by 3 meter by 3 meter squares. That does happen. So this is something like, right, the legislator who proposed this has no idea that this even exists. But navigation. Number 6, this is impossible to enforce. How in the world do you enforce this? So, you are already short-staffed in schools. Like, that's a fact. We're 100,000 teachers down to start the school year. The neighboring county, which is, our state capital, and they pay really well, they're down 400 teachers to start the year. Des Moines is giving $50,000 bonuses to teachers, and they no one's coming out to do it. So, you pass a bill like this, and so the school principal and staff are like, what? Like, so we're supposed to enforce this in addition to everything else, like vaping cartridges and just school safety stuff in general. Now you want us to enforce a phone app, right? A ban, right? We can't have this. It's state policy. It also damages what's called school connectedness, or like, students trusting staff and believing staff are acting in their best interest. And they're like, hey, like, why are you hassling me about a phone? There's like, whatever's going on over here. Or, some kids are vaping. I don't know if that's something, you should put a lot of resources into either. I mean, when you're short staffed, but so it's one of these things where if you're a school administrator, you're probably looking at this saying, this is both good and bad, right? The good side is maybe, I don't have to fight these battles of saying, oh, like I guess it's the state that decided we're not going to have phones. So it's not me. I'm not the bad person, but I still, I guess, have to enforce it. But then you're like, how in the world am I going to enforce it? I mean, kids can smuggle anything kind of like this into school. Like, a phone is so native, right? Are you going to do the same thing for staff? That's, what does that look like? Because it only says students, so staff will have this. And I watch these prison videos, like Larry Lawton and stuff, and it's like, prisoners are smuggling all this contraband phones and stuff into prisons. Well, I mean, are you going to pat students down, have detectors and stuff? Of course you're not going to do that. It's crazy. So this is impossible to enforce, especially because schools are, again, short-staffed, and if you prioritize, you're not going to say, we're going to spend all our time trying to figure out who's got the phones and who doesn't. So not going to happen. So number 7 for why we should have phones. So what number 7 is saying, why not to ban phones. So number 6 was like, you're not going to be able to realistically enforce this. So if you have a ban, phones are still going to get in. So number 7 is protection. So the cameras provide evidence. So cellular video for the kids, right? For kids, there's a lot of deep fake stuff which is emerging. Deep fake is like, someone makes a video of you and they change what you're saying, right? So it looks like you're saying, something that could get you in trouble. This actually happened a few times, but in 2021, an alleged crafted fake video of Pennsylvania high school cheerleader Maddie Heim. She was vaping in this video, this deep fake, right? They had her vaping. Whoa, I'm vaping, right? And she got kicked off the cheerleading team. It got showed to administration, and then her mom said she never did this. She wasn't vaping. This video's been doctored, right? It's a deep fake, and we look at things like what is it, Reface, an app like that, stuff like that, and I presented on this PBS in 2019. I said, by 2022, like this stuff's going to get out there where it's going to be pretty feasible to make these deep fakes. So maybe the school's saying, listen, like we don't want this thought of deep fakes coming out where they can, make a deep fake of another student. The John Ronson book, So You've Been Shamed, is amazing, right? So the consequences of being shamed. I mean, some of the students and some people have been shamed. It leads them to suicide. I mean, it's crazy. And then, so also, teachers, right, of a teacher having to say, I didn't say this, right? Like, so, administrators, whatever. So the deep fake technology, this is a defense against that. So I guess that would be another reason for banning them. Now, I'm not saying I'm for like this or for against. I'm just telling you what I think the argument would be, like the 7 for and 7 against. I'll kind of get, I'll tip my hand here in a little bit. But so here's what we did. Reasons not to ban cell phones. 1, cell phones are part of learning. So that's the thing. Number 2, school safety. It's better to have cell phones, think of them as smoke detectors than not. Students being able to report things quicker. Number 3, singularity, meaning like, we're all going to have some neural link, or we're going to have some, something implanted or some less intrusive device than carrying a cell phone at some point within the next 10 to 15 years. It's just going to happen. So like, you can't ban the inevitable. And, so this is kind of like, banning calculators in the 70s. By the 80s, like everybody had them. They were required in your syllabus. Like if you came to class without a calculator, you get in trouble. Communications, like we communicate now via our phones, be it text, email, or call. That's what we use. So you would take away a communications tool that we're all used to. Navigation, GPS, right? Number 6, it's impossible to enforce. I can tell you administrators do not want to spend their time enforcing this. Absolutely not. I mean, a lot of them are subbing into classrooms where, hey, like we don't have a 3rd grade teacher today because like that person called in sick and we don't have any subs. So they do not want to be the phone police. Absolutely not. Number 7, protection. Not to ban these. If you have more video evidence by cameras, it will help counter deepfake technology. Now, I'm saying there's a limit on that, and it can also facilitate, the creation of deepfakes. But I'm saying right now, like I would prefer that if I was presenting anywhere, right, like I always have a camera on me, always, like my own camera, like set it up and record, because I never want someone to come back and say like, you said this. And I'd be like, I don't remember saying that, but like if I don't have a authentic recording, like to counter that, it's hard then to say that from memory. So protection. So let's get over into the chat here. So welcome to our good friend Vanessa Kitty. People will do criminal acts regardless of laws. Yeah, you are correct. It is our good friend Jordan B from SK. Jordan, I saw you posting on our good friend Super Pilot-ish's site, who will be a guest on the show 1 week from today, Graham Wilson. And he's a lot of fun. He's a smart guy. So that will be 1 week from today. Graham will be on the show. So thank you, Jordan, for being over here. And thanks hopefully for a sub from you. So yeah. SD, is it South Dakota? I don't know. What is it? So Jordan saying, no. So this channel is about school and community safety, and about half the shows are interviews. So we have Graham Wilson, pilot and flight instructor, on next week. But we've also had on the show Larry Lawton, America's biggest jewel thief with 1.5 million YouTube followers, was a guest on the show. So we get on all kinds of things like that. So, and your good friend, the Safety Doc, who's been on PBS 2 times and has written 2 books, School of Airs, Rethinking School Safety America. This is an awesome book. Awesome book. And this is even a more awesome book, The Velocity of Information, released in April 2022. It's I think it's the most genuine analysis of the year 2022 ever written. 471 endnotes, 12 interviews. It is an awesome book. Check it out. If you like it, leave a review on Amazon. Someone posted a review today, which was awesome. I appreciate that. So Vanessa's saying $500,000 of pandemic funds being spent on cell phone lockers. How are such funds designed for staff pays? Yeah. So that's a really good point. So I've seen, oh my God, like I see a lot of this stuff at conferences. I don't go to conferences. I typically like check what is being presented at conferences, because usually conferences present on easy topics. They don't present on really hard topics like this, right? They kind of present on the softball topics, I call it. And I point that out in my classes. I'm like, well, like, here's what they should be presenting on, right? Like, what do you do if a student wanders away with autism and they go into woods, and the woods has a sign posted like no trespassing? So like, do you send your staff into the woods, even though now they're trespassing, they're violating the law, to look for the student? I mean, like those type of things, like as a presentation, like police, but people will do that. So yeah, this whole thing of like, these $500,000 for, cell phone lockers and stuff. You're right, Vanessa. There's a lot of crazy stuff being pitched to schools of saying, hey, like you can do this. And then, because the argument is saying students can't learn if they have their phones, right? That is the argument when you do that, of saying they're distracting and all that. Apparently, like video game stuff weren't distracting, but so that's the argument. And apparently you have to pay, as you said, these expensive ways to lock up phones, right? I remember as a school administrator, toward the end of my career, we ended up having to buy gun safes in our nurses' offices because so many kids were administered medications during the school day. So these medications, like people knew that they were there, right? And we didn't want people to, if they broke in, we didn't want people taking off with, big sack of Ritalin and these other medications, Xanax and stuff like this that were being administered to kids from their physicians. So, so that's a good thing to note here is people come up with these crazy ideas and say, here we can have this special area, people can put their phones and we'll charge you $500,000 for it. When, really, like, right, you could do that for significantly less, but this becomes a market for people. So that's a good point, Vanessa. So Ron Wayne is saying, I remember sneaking my calculator watch. I flip it around to the inside. That's a good point. I never did that. But I did wear my calculator watch. So by the time I got into it came around by the time I already kind of knew like a lot of the stuff. But it was really cool. Like, I wish I still had that watch, because man, that was awesome technology for, what are we talking, like 35 years ago? And it was like a regular, like a flat panel for like the numbers. It was just cool. So that's a good idea. So Krabby's saying that's a good student. So yeah, let's, Jordan saying tracking. Yeah. Well, yeah, obviously. So, having the phones in class is an added asset, saying Vanessa. So, right, we'll always use phones, all right, or some derivative of phones. Robert is saying zero weight oil. If you put a phone in zero weight oil, it'll float, right? It'll float. So, but if it does get sticky, then it's a real problem. So, but most of the times it'll float in zero weight oil. So, Robert Ribbit Harrison, everybody. Hey, welcome, buddy. What's up? So, yeah, it's good stuff. Vanessa is saying the phones are one of the best connected devices ever invented. I can teach math topics from said phones, examples instantly available, and so forth. Yeah. So let's get over to the other side of this argument. So we just gave 7 reasons to not ban phones. Again, cell phones are part of learning. They contribute to school safety. Singularity is inevitable. So if you ban the cell phone, it's going to be some wearable lens or some neural link in 10 or 15 years. Just going to happen. Um, we communicate with our cell phones, so you'd be taking away important communication tools, especially also navigation. That's number 5. Number 6, impossible to enforce. Can't underscore this enough. You pass this at a state level. You cannot come in as a board of education and undo this and say, well, our school district is going to be exempt from this. We're not going to ban cell phones. So you can't do that when the state passes this. So um, your superintendents and principals and teachers are going to be like, well, who's enforcing this, right? We're already short staffed. And protection, like from deep fakes, having an archive of information. Reasons to ban. So reasons to ban these phones. So why should we get rid of cell phones? So one compelling argument would be we have an over reliance on technology, right? Cell phones are super integrated into our lives, right? But it's too much. We just have too much of a dependence on the technology. So that's the argument. I guess the arguments are saying, well, what happens if the technology is not available or it goes offline or things like this? Could you still do those skills like in math? Like, what if you don't have a calculator? Could you still find the square root of 184? I guess, I don't know. So you're thinking, well, whatever. So it's over reliance on technology, or the technology, I guess, to make the decisions and to. So like if you're researching, you type in something in a Google search, right? Google curates that for you. But if you are like interested in something, you're kind of trying to figure it out like on your own, you might go down a different path than what Google thinks you should, have for this information. So over reliance on technology. Personally, I think that's not a good argument to ban cell phones because we're in a technological society, right? But over reliance. So number 2, distraction. This is authentic, right? Kids texting during class, right? It's when they should be attending to the teacher. So social media companies employ psychologists and human behavior experts to get you addicted to your phones. Like they do that. And it would be, basically it start when you're gaming, right? When gaming went online, and it'd be like, hey Billy, you haven't fed your dragon. You can pay like $5 and we'll have somebody feed your dragon so they don't die. And sad face on the dragon. Okay, like I'll pay $5 worth of tokens and you feed the dragon, stuff like that. So this whole thing of saying, it's a distraction, and it takes away from learning. Now, I would flip that on its head and say, there, as Vanessa said, there's like apps out there. There's many ways to incorporate phones into learning. The app Poll Everywhere, Poll Everywhere, is just one. And if anybody has like a clearinghouse site for how to use apps and learning, I'd appreciate that. Because I was looking at, I didn't find like a really good clearinghouse, but I found like a lot of sites that kind of had ideas. But I've used Poll Everywhere, and I both used it as the person, the author, and then as the recipient, like being in the audience. It was pretty cool. So basically, it enables students to. I think there's a plus to this too, because there's this thing in schools, right, where it's groupthink. If you ask for like an opinion, should we go back to the moon or something? Like one student right away is like, no, because of whatever. It's like burning up like all these resources and things like this. And once somebody kind of jumps out like that, like other people be like, yeah, I'm not sure I'm going to be the second one to step onto this like hot topic. So when you use a phone, it keeps people anonymous, right? And you can people feel like they're being heard, and they're also not having kids, especially like without having someone step on their opinion, or that they have to fall in line with like the 2 loudest students in class, right? So that's really an important thing. It's a good thing. And I like it also when I do school safety consulting, because like who has authority to, or I have authority to authorize a lockdown drill, right? Like if you do that and people are responding with their phones, like that will look much different up on the screen. the yes and no versus if you're just having like raise your hand or like, say something, because then whatever is kind of loudest, people just kind of they'll glom over to that. But if you're actually asking people and they're where they can be anonymous and be authentic, like you get some pretty rich information. So that's a good thing. So distraction, yeah. But I would say the reality is you have to just use phones as part of learning, right? So students can take a phone if you're doing something about like chemicals, right? Take pictures of different chemicals in your house, right? Like, whatever, you're using for cleaners and stuff like that, come to school. Let's sort them out. Like, is this a medical supply, detergent, fuel, discretionary? Like, so how does this get recycled? And I mean, you could break these down into lessons and stuff like that. So there's many ways you can do that. Bullying, number 3, cyberbullying is real, right? And it's an unsavory side effect of social media. So that doesn't happen exclusively in the school setting, but we know it happens. 2019 school crime supplement to the National Crime Victimization Survey indicated that 16% of students in 912 experienced cyberbullying. So we know that's a thing, cyberbullying, right? So the thought would be, right, don't have the argument to ban phones would be, if we don't have the phone in school, we would have decreased cyberbullying, which probably right, but it, but it would only be like during that school time, and yeah, and like so yeah, it doesn't like eliminate the issue. It just kind of like takes it offline for certain times of the day, maybe. Number 4, recording instruction, proprietary materials. So this was something that was really big during the start of the pandemic. When schools went online, a lot of schools had to contract their vendors because they buy curriculum. Schools don't develop their own curriculums, like they buy curriculums from Pearson and places like that. So they would buy a curriculum, and now they're delivering it. And part of the rule is like, you can give these worksheets or whatever to parents, but like the other part of the curriculum you can't give out, right? Because they've spent a lot of money developing this, and you can't give this out as a school. So the thing is, if you have a cell phone, you could record all of this curriculum or the teacher's curriculum, right? Maybe that they put together, and then that could be replicated. And maybe the teacher had time, right, that the district had given them to put this together. So, I mean, that's not as strong of an argument until you get to the college level, but it is still like if someone is recording proprietary, Hutton Mifflin stuff that's out there, whatever, that's up on a screen, or, taking images of it, these companies will be like, what's the deal? Like, we spent all this time putting this together, and a couple students, took images of it, and now it's out there. So that's, again, a reason to say, hey, like, let's not have these phones in, because it introduces a breach to proprietary information. Also think about intruder drills. So if you're doing a lockdown drill or something and a student records it and then like post it on social media, so like now your drill protocol is out there, or other sensitive information about like areas in your school. And of course, like, getting cell phones obviously into bathrooms or locker rooms is a dangerous thing. So number 5, deep fakes. So this, we talked about this before, as a reason to have cell phones was to protect yourself from, a claim of a deep fake by having some counter evidence. But also, like, if you have, phones in school, it increases the likelihood that a phone could be used a student could use a phone to create a deep fake. And, what that would involve is, recording another student or recording a staff member or an adult or whatever, and then changing it. So it would be some negative, thing that they were saying, violation code of conduct, whatever, it could be where it's a separation of employment. Schools and police jump at this right now. They jump at this, and it's hard for them to like verify. Well, this is what the video says, and so we see that a lot. If you have video evidence, it's hard to suss out if it's authentic or if it's been doctored. People just kind of go with it. And then how much time would it take? You could do that, and someone could be, kicked off of, like a cheerleading squad or an athletic team, or like booted out of school on a suspension while somebody tries to figure this out. So it's pretty crazy. Equity. So, right, the rich kids can afford the phones, poor kids can't. Equity is an argument against one-to-one devices. It always has been. So schools that didn't want to go to iPads or tablets were saying, it's not equitable because some students can afford it, some can't. Now, most of the schools that I know, I actually don't know a school that doesn't do this. They provide the mobile device, right? Because they come down in price, a Chromebook or an iPad or something. So my kids have those. They have their school iPad, their iPad or Chromebook or whatever. So like that argument doesn't really hold anymore. But um, and in Brooklyn in 2008 or 2007, I think it was 2008, they started to provide cell phones to kids. So, the thing is, right, that the cell phone is kind of becoming the new tablet, basically. So you could provide this to kids. And then I guess the question would be like, do you have a school issued cell phone that you could use? And then your personal cell phone you couldn't use? Like, I don't know. That's a good question. I don't know the answer to that. But especially, so the equity thing is saying, well, all kids wouldn't have this. Well, yeah, they would because you'd be able to buy cell phones. But then the question is, if I have my own cell phone, do I have to use the school one? So that's the thing. So like in my school district where my kids go to, they have to use the school issued devices to get onto the net and stuff like that. So but yeah, I don't know. That seems kind of clunky, right? To say, well, I have my school issued phone and I have my other phone, and if I got my school issued, and a school issued phone's going to be probably pretty lame, right? I mean, it's gonna, but I don't know. So the argument of equity would quickly go away because it's not going to be that expensive to get a basic cell phones into the hands of kids. Then you have to say like, well, are we going to, so when they get home, are we going to provide them a Wi-Fi hotspot to it all? So all this stuff, like you can see in this bill, like that's not addressed, right? Number 7 goes back to the argument of singularity, the reasons to ban cell phones, singularity of saying, as we get closer to merging with a AI, right? The deal is we are cognitively offloading. I wrote about in the velocity of information, which is an awesome book. If you haven't read it, please read it. Please order it. Please review it. Hey, Vanessa, please review this book. Yeah, put it up on Amazon. It'd be great. Somebody post a review today. Awesome. Saying, what? We are offloading a lot of information into the cloud. Kids are just hoping they'll be able to log in and get their cloud-based files or get their maps or all of this stuff. And if we have a situation where they can't do that because of an EMP or, some kind of power outage or solar flare or virus, like it could be a ransomware type thing, right? A virus impacts. There are many things that could cause the internet to fail, or I wrote about it in the velocity of information. Governments can shut down the internet, Myanmar and Belarus and stuff like that. What do you do then? So what do you do when like you're so used to always going to the internet for every set of directions, every piece of information, whatever? So an argument would be, we have to be teaching these parallel skills of like, what do you do if the phone's not available to you? How do you get information? How do you get from point A to point B? How do you verify information? How do you communicate with people? What do you do? So that is important, right? Because that also makes sense. We need to be able to operate without the technology, even though it's become very stable. There is a point where it could be temporarily or long-term unavailable to us. So how do we function? So I think there's something in there, but also I don't think that necessarily warrants like a ban of cell phones, right? But so let me do a recap here. So this bill came out, but first of all, let me go back to the chat. So let me do this. So thank you for everyone who's been here. Thank you for the thumbs up. I very much appreciate that. Oh, we're at 22 thumbs up here, and that is awesome. So yeah, thumbs up. I greatly appreciate that. Subbing to the channel, and yeah, and also both books, right? But you get this book for $20, and it's not just school safety. This is an awesome book, and just reading the story, about the psychological aspect of rescuing 500,000 people in 9 hours from Lower Manhattan. I worked with the people in New York City on this, how this happened. This is such a good book. It includes like Rocky IV, how that played into a rescue that happened like 15 years later. And of course, what I think is just, phenomenal velocity of information. Came out in 2022. It's really like the truth book of 2020. Like we were all deemed essential or non-essential. We woke up one day. So check out those books if you are compelled. Please leave a review. Philosophy or School of Air is also an audio book that I recorded. Velocity of Information is an audiobook, but that doesn't release until April by contract. It's all done. It's all ready to go. Just have to press a button. But so yes, I greatly appreciate all of you here. So thanks for the 24 thumbs up now, and for the watch hours and sharing the show and all of that. I greatly appreciate that. So let's go back to the chat. Right here, let's go to Jordan B from SK. My old boss taught me to think of the cell phone as more of a tool, but that was 9 years ago. The tech has changed a lot since then. But you know what, Jordan? I'm glad that you said this, because I talked with my neighbor who owns a commercial drone business. And so he's selling drones to, like, the power companies. So they can go up and inspect the poles, and realtors, they can, get drone image of their area that they're selling. And but search and rescue too. And we're talking about search and rescue. I was talking with him, and he said, you have to view it as a tool, right? Because it's just another thing you can use for search and rescue. Like the new fire engines that are built, the brand new engines that are coming out, they have the compartment. If it's a rescue engine, supposed to be first on the scene, it's a compartment, and you're like, here's where your drone is going to be. Like a drone comes out, and usually the compartment has like a 20-inch monitor or whatever that's in it, so you can see when you're flying the drone, you can see what the drone is over, and that's just part of the technology now. It's just part of the tool. And if we think about like lifeguards, right? Lifeguards use drones in some big areas right now to get out and to drop, like flotation devices and stuff like that. And, people are like, I don't know, man, about this. But then the lifeguards were like, 20 years ago, we started to use wave runners. That wasn't a technology we had before. So it could get out there to people faster. So the technology is there. It's a tool. So I'm glad you put that out there. Vanessa is saying a federal judge just ruled that schools trying to record and scan students' rooms before a test is unconstitutional. So, wow, I didn't know that. So thanks for sharing that. Yeah. And this is one of those things where I think people can, especially schools, can kind of overthink this. And, this is one of those things like, a bill or like having these type of things is a good thing. Maybe not, but thanks for sharing that. Zippy's saying to Bacon, more of a societal one. See, coercion, it's all good for business. Oh my goodness. Right. Yeah. Jordan is also saying 1A audits show the value of having the phone, holding the police accountable. Not all auditors are good examples, but I've seen really good examples. So it's a piece of forensic evidence, right? That is the society that we live in. And there is a lot of weight placed on video, a lot of weight. So, you pretty much have to have it, right? And what do people do if things kind of get edgy or confrontational, right? They bring out their phone to have that record. We see more people putting those, phones in cars, Ring cameras, stuff like that. So it is the way things have gone. It's a forensic tool. And if you don't have it, right, and you're just trying to recreate from memory. I worked as an expert witness, right? We know, not we as, but like lawyers know that memory isn't reliable. So if you ask like somebody the same set of questions, but you space it out over like 3 months, they will remember differently, because in the last 3 months, different things have happened to them, which have kind of conflated their memory. And so that's well known, like that's just part of memory. So to have this, and then also have it time-stamped, metadata, all of that, where this was taken, like the app Solocator is really good for that. It is really important. Provenance, what happened first, what happened second, those type of things. So, so I think, we've been there for a while, but, so it's really teaching kids maybe how do you function in a society where, there is this, this video monitoring that's going on, right? And also then how do you identify what is valuable information to you from video if you have like conflicting video? Like how do you rate that, right? So I wrote about that in Velocity of Information. Joe Dolio, does work in that. So the police don't have a lot of like idea how to do this. That's where I go to, I talk to my students, and I'm like, if you start to have more students showing, submitting videos of saying, here was someone vaping or someone saying something that, is derogatory against school policy. It's kind of a novelty at first when you bring in the police on something like that, and they're trying to figure it out and look at video and stuff. But like when you get like 3, 4 of those a week, like it just overwhelms people. Police be like, we don't have we don't have the software to do this. And as I said, like there's nothing out there right now that schools or police can go to say, oh yeah, this video, like it's been altered, right? Or to even say like there's a 90% confidence level that this video has been altered. Nothing like that exists on a very accessible scale. Like it might higher up in government, right? But your local police department, your schools, it does not. So that's where maybe your best bet is to have your counter video, to prove that. So that's pretty scary stuff, though. I mean, yeah, I mean, it is yikes. This is a Ting Ting saying, but only squinting at a screen all day will eventually create eye problems. Yeah, too much screen time. So good point. Vanessa is saying, in college, students buy the books but never open them for the classes they're trying. Oh my God! I spend so much money on books. This is actually required in one of my classes, and other people that teach, use this book too. And I have many parts of the book that, like, I go back and we link to the syllabus. But you're right. Like I have some of the books actually. I'm looking now because I don't use them, but some of the books I bought in college I use as computer stands to make my computers all at the same height. But I never opened them once, right? Or they put stuff on reserve in the library. I never go. It was one of those things, right? So it's a good point. And the thing is, if you have a phone or you have a tablet or whatever, but let's say a phone, you can access real-time stuff. When I was in my final years of teaching and using stuff, I'd be like, what's happening like today? Like I could show like what was happening with the Chicago River being dyed green for St. Patrick's Day. So like, when did this start? Like, and then, we go and how do they do it? Like how much material, what is the kind of stuff so bring up a video, like here, they did it this morning. Like, they dyed it, for St. Patrick's Day. And students, and then they'd be like, well, does it stain the walls? Well, I don't know. Well, how did it start? Well, it started because they dyed it green once they could see if the walls were leaking into basements. And so like you can get into all of this. Does it harm the wildlife? Well, no, it doesn't, because it's this. But how long does it take all these things, but you can see it in real time. Like where you couldn't, textbook stuff, you really couldn't have that stuff. So yeah. And textbooks are crazy expensive, right? I mean, like this is as a textbook, this is $20, but I bought textbooks back when I was in college. Back in the day, they were like 150, 100, $200. It's crazy. And at the end of the semester, you could trade them in, like, really on the cheap, so man, I don't know. It's crazy. So, yeah, that is, let's see here. Vanessa saying, I never sold my textbooks. I sold probably half my back, and I have a couple of them, like one of my psychology books, and I have a couple of books that are worth keeping. I have all my I took firefighting courses when I was in college. I still have all of those. Periodically go through them, but resources for the future. So yeah. It's our good friend Andrew S. Andrew's saying, hey, a friend in high school tricked me to grab a book on a top shelf, and her other friend took a pic of me. It looks like I'm doing a salute from the 40s. Oh my goodness. I can just imagine she might be able to cancel me 16 years. That's the thing, right? Those are the types of things that schools and Andrew, schools, I can tell you, just are not prepared to deal with this. They don't have the personnel. They don't have the policies. They don't know how to authenticate, information like that. So even if they did see that image of you, like they'd have to make a judgment on that. And, so those are the type of things that get really complicated for school. And then, again, they're just not there. They are just not there with this. So, Tinky is saying, hey, I wanted a library study room since I was a young girl. That's why I keep any book I get. So, wow. At my high school, we had a couple library study rooms. And at night, my friend Jeff would sneak up to the top of the school. So this was a 2-story school built in the 60s. He would go to the first floor, which was like the shop class. And if you could get to the roof, you could get over to the 2 rooms where the study rooms were. and he would always leave one like open, like the window, so you just had to press on it. And what he would do is he would open it and he would bring in like Doritos and Skittles and soda, and you put up in the wrap in the ceiling tile. So then when he would ask to use a room, he'd go in there and like, so I knew it too. Like he'd be like, "Hey, go into that room." And there's like a bag of Doritos up above. So, and one time when we were in high school, we were in the room, and back in those days, the fire siren sounded every time there was a fire to summon the firefighters. And our senior year, we all left the library, and we said, "Oh, we're part of the fire department." And the librarian's like, "Good luck, good luck." And we just walked out of class. There was never, we just came back at some point. There was never a consequence for that. They're like, they were fighting the fire. Like, no, they're not absent. They're fighting the fire. I heard the siren. What's wrong with you? They're 18. I think it's kind of like a Ferris Bueller's Day Off. But like that was one of the most convincing moments. I remember librarians like, by all means, like, don't let me stop you. Like, go fight the fire. So, yeah. But kind of unpredictable when you can play that card when you're in high school. But it worked. So, yeah. To this day, like that's their recollection. So, what was the best thing about being a high school librarian? Helping the kids, stuff like that. But one time there was like a fire, and a couple of students, like, they're part of the fire department. I'm 18, right, and stuff, whatever, but still seniors in high school. And I let them go. Like, I didn't make a hassle for them. It was one of the coolest things I did as a librarian. So probably talking about that. I don't remember who the librarian was. Jordan is saying, good for public alerts. Over the past 40 hours, 10 dead and something like, in Canada. Really sorry to learn about that. But you're right. Like, so a phone is crucial for updates right now and public alerts. Again, it's the society that we live in. Vanessa saying, schools just expel students rather than try to keep them in the schools at the slightest problem that arises. I think I shouldn't say I think there's something obviously to that, Vanessa. You're right on. But I think the expelling doesn't happen nearly as much as it used to. And I wrote about it in my article, Student Abeyance Agreements, which Phi Delta Kappan has accepted for publication as a feature. I submitted it back in July. I pretty much knew it would be an article. I didn't know if it would be a feature for them, Phi Delta Kappan, which is the top education journal, which has citable credibility. So they've been around for like 110 years. Really difficult to get published by Kappan, much less featured. And they got a hold of me last week and said, we went through everything and we're going to feature your article for November, December. I'm like, yeah, great. So my article is very well cited. It's basically saying schools are using what's called an abeyance agreement or a suspension to get kids out of school without having to ever report it. So kind of like you said, expulsion, but they don't really write it down because expulsions are reportable to the state and to the Office of Civil Rights. So they do this kind of behind the scenes practice that's never recorded. And if you get a freedom of information request, you never have to report this as a school. So the whole article is about that. I'll share it out like we know once it's published, but it's for sure being published. They got hold of me and said, yeah, we're going to showcase this. And that's good. It helps my Google Scholar, helps my university stuff. But yeah, I think, there's a lot of that. There's a lot of that going on. So it's like, if you look at school suspension numbers, they look much improved over the last 10 years. That's all fake. It's all fake. Not true at all. Shifting to charter schools, and the charter schools push them out as well. So yeah, there's a lot of things that happen. And going back further to the documentation of that, a lot of that goes into abeyance agreement, which I will type here. Abeyance agreement, and I'll share that article. I can share parts of it between when it's published and 6 months out, and then after 6 months I can kind of freely share it out. So but it's a big honor to have that article accepted for publication. It's really like a 1 in 1,000 chance to have an article like that featured. I mean, I've written a lot of articles in my day, and I've had a lot of stuff published of Google Scholar at PBS, but like to be featured in a major journal is really difficult. And things just have to fall into place, and they did. So thankful for that. So let's go back into, so we talked about the pros and cons, right, of banning phones. And now let me, kind of get into my my stuff here, so I gave you, like, both sides, right? So um the dealio here is that I think it's a really bad idea for at a state level to come out and to say we're going to ban cell phones because, flat out, you come out, you have time to prepare for this, right? As a school, like, what does this look like? I mean, many of you came up with the questions like, well, what about a smartphone, or what about whatever? I mean, right? Like, no one's talking about this. So you don't have enough time to put this in place. Your administrators and teachers, you don't have the staff. Is this the hill that you want to fight on? Like, is this where you want to be when there's, vaping or other things or whatever? And is this where you really want to be spending your time and to deal with your fragile student relationships, right? To try to say, can't have a phone. So now, with this said, like, is it okay to have where, students come into a classroom and they, you expect them to have their phones off and expect them or to use some kind of phone cozy or locker or whatever, just say, you can't have it out. Like, I think that's a reasonable expectation. I don't know. And I think, but also, use a phone, integrate a phone into your lessons, students making videos about things and stuff like that, using the technology. And maybe that's where professional development needs to shift. But on the other side is like, if kids are really into what you're doing as an instructor, like, they'll comply. Like, they won't do these things. I mean, they're so, you can back up. And this was the same exact argument made when students got iPads and Chromebooks. They'll always be on them, right? And so it's just, but this is a good point. We go into conferences. I look at conferences. There aren't breakout sessions on, how to increase students' attention spent on the teacher versus spent on their personal device. Like, what's been actually studied and proven to increase that? Like, what are some things that have a baseline and a change from baseline? What are some strategies? Like, no one presents on that. And also, like, how to incorporate the cell phones into learning. Like, you might have some, breakout that's kind of, over there. It might be a vendor trying to sell some product, but, like, you should have more stuff on that. So I think banning it's a waste. I mean, you can get at some level, right? I think you could say, and I think at the level, right, of maybe elementary, like below fifth grade or whatever, because you could say, then it's a property thing, right? You have a very expensive piece of property in your possession, that, we don't want you to have, right? Because it could get lost, or it could get, taken by another student, or it could get misplaced, or, just the responsibility of having something like that, right? It's the same reason you don't have a kindergartner in charge of administering their own EpiPen, right? I mean, so, I think there are some things like that, but I wouldn't be on this hill of trying to ban cell phones. I think it's a really bad move. Now, in school safety instances, when students are calling in, it can get really confusing to responders because the student calls in. So, like, where are they located? And, like, they only have one perspective from where they're at, of if they hear something, or they can say there's three people, but maybe there's one person, or maybe there's two. So you can get a lot of conflated information, but that's more of something for professional development for 911 and dispatch to work out. And that's also part of GPS. So it is something where I think the biggest problem I have with school safety is the apps that get sold because they're not tested on students. Like, students aren't used to using these. Students with disabilities are usually excluded from the testing of apps. They don't know how to use them. When I worked at the school for the blind, like, I remember we had somebody come in and try to sell apps. And so, this thing of selling cell phone apps, right? Like, kids who are blind, like, had cell phones. Like, pretty much every kid, who was, middle school or high school had their own cell phone. They have voiceover, and they're really proficient doing, like, everything they had to do. Like, I think I shared the story of the kid who had a dating app, and then the only thing was, like, there were a couple things with it that weren't, like, accessible, but eventually, like, he had matches, and like he said to me, he said, "Hey, like Mr. P or Dr. P or whatever, he said, hey, like, would you mind like checking out some of these matches and, and giving me like your honest feedback of like, is this somebody I should contact?" And I said, "Well, I appreciate that you trust me." So, and I wouldn't lead you down or lead you astray, but yeah, I can't do that, right? Can't do that for you. Um, but one of the things, we had a vendor come in. This is a amazing story. I did share this one. Vendor came in, and I had some students around the table. One of the student was Lindsay, who high school senior, super bright, just amazing kid, just great kid too, just but super smart kid. And Lindsay completely blind, right? So the vendor comes in with passing out these phones and whatever, and then and says, it's got whatever app on it. So if there's a lockdown, like, you can be notified and all this stuff. So Lindsay, and some kids who are at school for blind do have sight, different degrees of sight, but Lindsay had zero sight, completely blind. So she gets a phone, and she's kind of working around with it, and she goes, "Hey, like, I have a question. Like, how do you? I can't access this. Like, right? I'm blind." And so the vendor comes over to her, and he's like, "Oh yeah, don't worry about it. Just a second here." So he takes her phone, mess around with it. He's like, "There, I made the text larger." So then, like, Lindsay gets it. Lindsay just in only the way like someone who is really sure about themselves could do. It is just classic. She's like, "Hey, like, I'm blind. Like, making the text larger like doesn't make me less blind. I can't see this." Is there voice over, which has been innate to Apple and Android voice devices for years and stuff, is built in like voiceover. Well, how do you turn the voiceover on for the app? And then the person's like, "Well, and the vendor's like, we didn't design it. Like, we'll do that in an update." And the old update thing, like, you'll never do it. You'll never do it. So Lindsay really put him on the spot. We didn't get the app because, right, it has to be accessible to Lindsay and other kids. So I thought that was awesome. Like, that was one of the coolest moments as an administrator to see to see that unfold, where the vendor's like, "We never tested it on kids who are visually impaired, right?" So, "Oh, did you test on kids with autism or whatever?" No. So, um, but yeah. So that's probably my biggest thing with the phones, is the apps that the schools jump at to put on these things. But again, I would typically not be on the side of banning phones unless you're doing it with younger kids, restricting access, because then again, it's like having a gold watch or something like that, on a 4K kid. Like, I'm not sure I want him or her in here with that, because keeping track and the responsibility again, you have certain thresholds of age you get to. Like, if a kid can, I think a good rule of thumb would be, if a kid could administer their own medication, then they could use a cell phone. So really, maybe that I say would come out maybe like third, fourth grade, like, to do their own EpiPen or insulin, stuff like that. Like, if so, I think there would be kind of a crossover. But you know, so yeah, so there's reasons for and against it. But this bill, I can tell you, if it's kind of like hung up right now. Well, you're not going to do anything now because school started, right? Like, it's a bill where someone felt they had to do something, so they just propose a bill, and then your bill's like a paragraph long. And it's like, well, it's more complicated than that. But it's a bad idea. There's a bad idea to do this. You should always have a listening session. So this is another point. So, like, a lot of the bills have listening sessions. Um, Most of your bills have some kind of input session of a couple weeks to a couple months. And a lot of school safety stuff is usually a couple months. People come in like, "Hey, we know we're gonna have this bill to change whatever, like door locks or whatever." Like, you come in and give your thoughts on this as a school administrator, parent, or whatever. I've done that many times. Come in, but like, this should have an open period of time where people come in from schools or whatever, and they just say, like, here's what I think about this. Here's why this is a good idea. I think it's a good idea. Here's why it's not. Here's the implications it would have on me. Hey, did you think about like what it's going to do for a smartphone or smartwatch? What are the consequences? Like, am I supposed to suspend a student for this? Am I supposed to expel a student? What are we supposed to do for this? How do we report this out on the state if we suspend a student because they didn't we suspend a student because they had their phone? Like, now that's something we report to the state and the feds and Office of Civil Rights? Like, so all these questions, right? So there should be some kind of listening session. So it's a bad bill. I don't think it'll go anywhere, but this could happen in any state, right? And actually, any school board could do this. Like a school board could not undo this bill. So if this bill passed, a school board could not come in and say, we're not going to follow what the state's doing. Well, I guess they could, and the state would have to, deploy consequences or freeze their funding or whatever. But any school district, though, Board of Education could come out and say, we have a policy banning the use of cell phones during instructional time. They'd have to get in the weeds in that, just like we talked about. Like, what does that mean? What ages? And are you putting them in as Vanessa said, like a $500,000 protective cage for these things, or what are the consequences? But again, I would say that's not where you want to spend your time. We just come out of pandemic. It's lost a lot of learning time. Schools are short staffed. Administrators, don't do this. Don't do these type of bills. Oh my God, how many schools, how many states require schools to lock their doors? So does anybody remember that from one of my earlier shows? You can put it in the chat here. How many states out of our 50 states, or as Bolo says, 51, he counts Canada. Not quite there with you yet, although like Bolo, you're the guy. How many states require schools to lock their doors during instructional time? So it's Andrew. Andrew got it. So Andrew wins a brand new Chrysler Cordoba with Corinthian leather seating. So I have to see if it's in stock, though. If it's not, then we have to substitute. So I don't know what it might be, Andrew, but it might be I don't know. I don't know, man. Okay, Andrew's saying one. So it's Kentucky. My God, Andrew, you got it. So, and so the fact is, right, it is Kentucky. Kentucky is the only, since 2020, it's the only state that requires schools to lock their doors. So, you get into this type of stuff too, banning cell phones and stuff. And the whole priority of like what you should do for bills, like, how about lock doors, right, during instructional time? Well, Kentucky does it. And they actually fund a marshal position. So the marshal comes out and says, checks on randomly. There's consequence. I don't know what all of that is, right? But it's something where none of the other states have it. You look at states where they've had some sentinel school shootings, Colorado, Connecticut, Texas. And the handbooks say staff should lock doors. It doesn't say staff must lock doors. So, again, like I would focus my energy more into that area than I would into being the cell phone police. So let's go over here to the chat. We got a lot of stuff going, so thank you. But Vanessa saying, phones in math class allow me to show graphs, videos, etc. for beyond what I can draw on. Yeah, so right. I think phones have become and can be used as an instructional tool. So certainly. And also like the platforms that could just be web-based in the past, like Moodle and stuff like that, are now, more compatible on a phone. Bolo saying, is it just a power play of older people taking out frustration on young people? That's a good question, Bolo. It is a good question. I don't know if it's strictly like a power play to try to retain control. So like the legislator, it does seem like that person clearly did not research this issue and clearly was not informed by school administrators and principals, because they tell them, don't do this, don't do this, don't put this out there. But we do see a lot of school policies. When I go through with my students in fall, we do a lot of policy work. Like I'm a policy expert, right? I have a PhD in education policy analysis. And, we'll look at these things and say, a lot of this stuff is like, you're behind the times, right? You're trying to, especially like dress code stuff and whatever, like there's certain things that aren't caught up. So you're right. I think it's older, and the systems move slow. Board of Education, they move slow and they have turnover and stuff. So like you get policies that usually trail by years. But yeah, and I do think it is people who are kind of, Bolo, I think you're right on it. It's like, well, when I went to school, like, we couldn't do this, or, you had to do this or tune in, but it's a different society now, right? So you got to meet people, kids where they're at. And the fact is, like, if you're the district that bans cell phones, that that parent might say, well, my kid can just open and roll to the district next door where they don't ban cell phones and they use them as part of their learning, like they incorporate them. So, but yeah, I think you're part of it, of saying that is part of this, like, is kind of old people thinking, right? I guess I'm an old person, right? Yeah, I think part of that's it. I think you're right on. Um, Students aren't typing at really young ages. Yeah, that's that's a good thing. Like I don't type well, so what? Because I never, I took a typing class in high school with a regular typewriter, right? And I remember I was never very good at it, but like when I had to transcribe my interviews for the velocity of information, I did some of them, and I'd listen and I'd slow people down, so it sounds like they're drunk. Like I'm going to the boat, whatever. Both of us that we interviewed, I'm slowing everything down to like half speed because I'm trying to type it. But I got to a point where, like, in some of the stuff I had to send out to a professional transcriptionist because you're dealing with people who, if you quote them wrong, like they could lose a lot on their side, right? And they could go after you and say, yeah, I didn't say that. So no, this is, professional transcriptionist. But yeah, you're right. Like these skills are being taught, and think they own stock and sell. I knew somebody who sold these, Vanessa, and he said, yeah, it was just a crazy, but the money was out there, right? Like who in their right mind, when you could buy like individual pouches and a gun case. That was the thing I did when I was a school administrator for my school buildings. For the nurses, I bought them all gun cabinets for the medications. So versus, like, and you could go and you could buy a special medication cabinet, and that would also have like a freezer or fridge component for stuff that had to be refrigerated. And these things would be, as you said, thousands, if not tens of thousands of dollars, right? And I'd be like, well, just get a gun safe, right? I mean, and we'll put some shelving in it that the shop will make or something like that. I mean, so it costs us 5% of what it would have cost to buy a retail unit, um, for that. So yeah. So let's go back here. So Jordan's saying Bolo's quick to draw. Now, Jordan, you're kind of new here, I think. Bolo is the Canadian equivalent to Burt Reynolds in the movie Smoking the Bandit. So yeah, if you've seen Smoking the Bandit and think of Burt Reynolds and think of the Trans Am, that's basically Bolo. You have to move it forward to like the year 2022 and kind of make some adjustments. But that is what Bolo is to the country of Canada. And that's kind of how he lives his life. He's like the Burt Reynolds, the Cannonball Run of Canada, and you have to have that. So another thing, if you ever get to Canada, right, and you are following somebody, which is unlikely, well, it's probably likely because he's going to be ahead of you, right, he's going fast, and you see the license plate BOLO, Bolo. That's Bolo. They only issue it to Bolo. They don't even anything close to it, like a B and a zero. Like they won't issue that. It's just Bolo. Look for the Trans Am, and he's a good guy, great guy, actually great guy. But yeah, so just so you know, like Bolo is yeah, it's really this quasi celebrity status he has here in the chat. I mean, all of you are awesome. So when he goes, he's back in tooling around Canada. I mean, people as Bolo. Honking their horns, stuff like that, semis. So it's pretty cool. Vanessa's, whoa, I did miss your question, Bacon. Can you repost it? I'm sorry. So, or wait. Oh, is this the one? In that kid's defense, I trust your judgment on chicks' dating profiles in these apps. Yeah, that's funny. Yeah. It was such I would say a unique moment, right? Because the kid really, okay, terrific kid, and just generally being like, and he's like, I trust you. Like, what do you think? I'm like, oh man, like I can't do this, right? So you're gonna have to ask, one of your family members or whatever. At the weekends they would go back home. I'm not saying like you should ask one of your friends here, because I'm not sure they would be fully trustworthy to send you down the right path. But that was crazy. What I'll tell you though, the best thing not the best. Well, I should say there were so many great things about working at the school for the blind, and I posted and I did a show on it. Right, like it was the best job I ever had. Best job I ever had. Um, but one of the coolest things would be like this time of year, the you could the kids. So the school had these tandem bikes, so front back, and then they also had the bike the side by side. Um, and they were all donated by like truck and I think mostly by truck bikes here in Wisconsin. Like, so they had these like really, if you were to buy these bikes, it'd be, thousands of dollars, but they were all these awesome bikes. And, you didn't have a lot of kids at the school. You maybe had 70 kids, right? K-12. You had a lot of staff and stuff like that. So there would be times if the weather was nice, so like, let's say tomorrow, at 1 o'clock, it's 75 degrees and sunny out. Like you literally might just assemble a group of 40 kids and, plus staff and just go out bike riding for an hour. I mean, it was so cool. So, and I love bike riding and the community had people who would come in and volunteer out of bike clubs and stuff. But, we usually had enough as a school and we'd be biking. And I usually biked with a boy who had autism, high school boy, and so he'd be on the back of the bike, I'd be on the front, and it was the coolest thing, man. And we would bike, yeah, you bike for like an hour, and I'd be out there like dressed like I am now. I usually would toss the sport coat off, but I would dress pants, a dress shirt, and stuff like that. And I'll tell you, like that was the greatest thing ever. And then, and like where else can you get to do that? But it was phenomenal. I said, one of the biggest gifts in my professional career was the ability to do that job toward the end of my career. Kind of when I had the different administrative experience and to come into that and the kids and staff and the skills I learned is just really good. Um, Jordan saying a little contradictory, but as much as I believe in freedom, if there was an age limit for smoking, alcohol, and such, there should be a limit for children. So yeah, I think that's legit. So that would be something that would be covered if you, again, I don't think a state bill is maybe the way to do it, but in a board of education policy, yeah, definitely. So I'm with you on that. I think there needs to be something in there. Here in Kentucky, Ron Wayne. Yeah. It's so when Kentucky did this, they had a lot of pushback, right? Administrators were coming out and saying, this principals is messing up our air conditioning in our buildings because now we, got the doors closed and buildings are getting hot because the air is not circulating and kindergarten kids have to use a bathroom. So the teacher has to unlock the door all the time. It's a real pain. So like not compelling arguments, but like redundant, like people kept coming up with these. And, thankfully the state of Kentucky, stood their ground. They're like, well, these are inconveniences, right? But, it's not just for school intruders, with weapons. It could be now, hostile, people coming into buildings, whether they're vagrants or whether it's a custodial issue where you're having a non-custodial parent try to come in or a relative come into a building or a sexual predator, there are so many reasons, probably more so now, to keep your building secure and understand who's in your building. So, Kentucky's really done a great job with this. And I come back and I'm like, why isn't anybody else getting on this? And I checked with the people who oversee like the door hardware regulations and stuff like that in the country. And I'm like, is there any update on this? Like, anybody else from around so they'll send me this stuff and they're like, and they keep a really good pulse on this. And they're like, no, there's more stuff. I was saying, we recommend that you lock the doors, stuff like that, but not that we mandate it. So I don't know, like that's where I'm giving the high five to Kentucky. Because like Kentucky they did it and they stuck with it. And I'm like, just where, and boards could do this individually and they don't. And of course their lawyers are telling them, well, if you do this, like, how are you going to, if somebody violates it 2 times, are you going to put them on leave? Are you going to make them read School of Errors, the most honest book ever written about the $3 billion school safety industry? Mrs. Wayne, Jordan, you're thinking of getting it. Jordan, just do it. Put it in your Amazon box right now. And leave a review, by the way. Or The Velocity of Information. Why don't you get both? These are both really well-written books. This one has a lot of custom figures, stuff like this. This is a really good book. It's up for the S.I. Hayakawa Award. Should know in a week if it received it. which is the best book for semantics or word meaning. So I like this angle. Like I said, just a cell phone over there that I used to have. It's an old Samsung S8, and it's hooked to my Wi-Fi, and so I just have it. I have it logged in here as like someone participating in the chat. So I picked up that tip online. So eventually that thing will zonk out because, man, the battery not good on that, and I don't have it plugged in. But you get to see like the back of my office. Like I love on the wall over here. So that original stuff, the safety doc, that goes back to when I first started this show. I don't know, when did the show start? Like 6-7 years ago. And so ISS 24/7, does security communications for like a big sporting events like Super Bowl. 405 Media used to be on, and they don't even exist anymore. Sprigio was a company for reporting bullying. I don't do things with them anymore, but they're still in existence. Very good company, Joe Per Se. My book cover, I had that made from Walmart, and also School of Airs, and then like the book covers for the audiobooks. The audiobook covers are different because I don't own the copyrights to the published books. I had to get different images. I had the copyrights too, but yeah, I had those made, and they cost, I don't know, $40 each. It was really cheap. So, and they're thick. They're like 3/4 of an inch thick, and on a heavy foam board and stuff. So I've been really impressed. So it's just kind of a nice side of my office. This side over here is southwest, and back of me, I'm going to change. Well, I'm going to change things up and back me. I have my university degrees, my bachelor and 2 masters over there on the one side, but my PhD, I never displayed that. Still in the original mailer, and I want to do that. But if I get the S.I. Hayakawa Award, like I want to put that kind of, center that in the background. And so I don't want to do anything big here in the background until I know if I got that award or not. So there will be changes coming to the background here. So this is actually the least exciting wall that I have behind me. So yeah, let's go back to the chat. Bolo's saying, "Hey, I'm just north of Toronto." So, Bolo, if you also think of The Dark Knight Rises with Heath Ledger and Batman, Christian Bale played Batman, very similar to Bolo. And actually, like a lot of Bolo's life is very similar to The Dark Knight Rises. I think 2008 and Christian Bale. You could basically swap the two out. That's kind of how it is. So he's really the Toronto Batman. So if you type that in, you might find it on DuckDuckGo, some searches. Otherwise, it kind of gets scrubbed out. But he's really known as the Toronto Batman. Bacon for a while was the Inglewood Batman. But right now, there's, hey, it's the Toronto Batman. Oh, Bolo? Yeah, I mean, Bolo, right? So yeah, if you want to check out the movie The Dark Knight Rises, and just as you're watching Christian Bale, just know that you could just like flip a page, and that could be Bolo. Like you could just change those two out real quickly. That just for what it's worth. Vanessa saying entry control is a prime method of controlling access to building safety and security. Absolutely. It's safety and security, right? So Vanessa, states it like this is so critical to the security of your building, of having locked doors and no identifying who's coming in and out of your building. But yet it's not universally accepted, right? Kentucky's on board, but these other places aren't. And it really surprises me when I look at the handbooks of places where they've had Sentinel school shootings, and the next year the handbook still says, should lock doors, and even like the check-in procedures are kind of like, a little fuzzy, and could somebody open up a door for a parent or someone else and let them in and bypass like the front office, like these things, and you think, oh my God, like this would be completely like nailed down and very detailed, and it isn't that way. So that's where I was saying this safer community. Holy smokes, I'm upside down. Oh, the phone just puked out. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we just lost the side view. Phone's gone. All right. So what you got for the rest of the show here? Doc right here. So the phone went gone. Dun, 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 dun. Bye phone. So all right, but this is still live, so we are still good here. So let's check what's going on here. That's kind of a cool thing though. I could actually hook it up on a charger and make that work for a show. So just want to try it out. So yeah, Vanessa's right on. So again, we go to school safety, right? And this is where if I were to write another book and do another PBS presentation, like I would focus in on a couple different things, and one would be locking doors. Like what does it look like from policy, and like why haven't we gone there? Why isn't the Overton window to pass a national bill like we saw the Safer Communities bill, which had $1 billion for school safety in the form of like mental health, like, but it didn't have anything for saying like schools should lock doors, or even like solid core doors would be funded for schools or stuff like that. I mean, none of this stuff wasn't in there, so it's weird. Like, so why isn't that there when it seems so obvious, right? We've never had a school shooting where a shooter has successfully shot through a locked solid core door, which is basically a code door. We've had an instance where a student has shot through the glass part of a door and has gained entry, but not like a solid core door. So, but or an intruder, let's say. So, boom. But there are many other reasons we just talked about, right? To keep our buildings secure. And then the other part of the book or the presentation would focus on discretion, because the more I get into this, and I've done a lot of work over my career, is you learn it's discretion. People don't know or don't believe they have the ability to make a decision and to allocate resources. And we got into it on this show with the case study I do with all of my students in administration, all aspiring administrators and administrators. Hey, like a student with autism wanders from your school. It's in a rural setting. They go into a woods. Neighbor comes over. Your secretary calls 911. Hey, this happened. Neighbor comes over a minute later and says, I have a drone. I can get the drone up and help you look for the student. Do you accept the drone? 50% of people, administrators, say yes. 50% say no. Always splits that way. And so you go into the people, and so you look at, why'd you say yes? Why'd you say no? Yes, it's a tool, right? It's part of a rescue thing. Get it out there, and we can get it can increase our rescue chances, and kind of down that line. No, if we go over school property, they're violating the laws for using drones, and we're giving them information about a student that we normally wouldn't give, and we haven't done a background check. We don't let volunteers on our school site without background check. So those type of things. So you see this like, both ways. And really, like, it comes down to this thing called primacy. If somebody, it's based off of someone's previous experience. Like if they were chewed out for taking initiative in whatever job they had before, they'll carry that into their current position. So you have to overtly tell them, something like this kind of happens. Like, we expect you in this position to make the call, and we'll have your back. Like, use your discretion. If you thought in the moment it's laminated to time and context, whatever your decision is, we've got your back. And actually, I think there should be school policies on that. So I'm working with my students this fall, first time ever, of saying, well, what would a school policy look like if your Board of Education wrote a policy of saying, we believe that our staff have the discretion to activate an intruder alarm or a fire alarm, any of our safety stuff, right? And that forensically we will learn from that together, and that you're not going to blame and shame people, right? I mean, you couldn't have that in a policy, but I've been kind of working out some wording. Nothing like that exists, by the way. But I think there are a lot of people out there who are like, I don't know if I can use the AED in the hallway. I don't know if I can use the fire extinguisher outside of my door. Like, I don't know, will I get in trouble? Like, what is the threshold that has to be crossed for me to use this thing? So all of that stuff comes in. So I think this whole thing on discretion, of how do you measure discretion, and how do you know who has it and who doesn't? And it's going to surprise you. Like, who do you assume has discretion, but they really don't? Like, if you ask them, they'd be like, oh God, I would never use the AED, right? Or I would never use the fire extinguisher. So yeah. Kind Kentucky got the idea of locking doors from Joel Osteen. Is that true? Hey, Squamish, Bolo, Squamish has both of my books. The library in Squamish, British Columbia has both of my books. That is a fact. So, I can monitor where the book is to some extent across the world. And let me bring it up here. And that was one place I saw it because I'm like, oh, Squamish. And which is, so let's do this. Let me do a share screen here. All right. That is a share screen for a library search in Squamish Public Library here, British Columbia. They have the Velocity of Information is book 153 PR, and they have School of Airs 371.7820973. So thank you, Squamish. So Bolo, you could drive all the way to Squamish, go to the library 71 hours, depending upon how fast or slow, get there and check out these books. And, they'd be waiting for you right here. So it's pretty amazing. Thank you, Squamish. So it's cool. Like I get to see all these like crazy places I never think the book would appear. And there it is. So, Vanessa's saying, I must make my frames for my degrees and get them up on the wall. So the frame that's back there is pretty old. Like I had all my stuff. And now that I have my PhD isn't in there, but I would order the frame for the PhD from Madison and have it a little bit bigger and kind of set it off. Like I said, it's kind of weird, but I'm waiting to see if I get this award or not, because if I do, it changes how I'm going to put things up in the back. And if I don't, I don't. But so yeah, that's kind of a little bit of a crazy. But the plaque back there is Professor of the Year from 2022. That was March 5th that I received that. So it's likely that the 33 RPM record that's painted blue back there will be relocated. Although, it doesn't look bad. My oldest daughter did that like years ago as an art project. So Jordan is saying, hey, Bolo, I lived in Ottawa and Gatineau or Gatuna, whatever, a couple times, but missed the wide open prairies. Yeah. Vanessa saying my shoe major retired there in Toronto, retired in the 2000 shoemaker. All right. The Batman of Inglewood. That is Bacon Maldito, the Batman of Inglewood. So yes, he is the Batman. You know who is the I didn't write about this in Philosophy of Information. And I kind of regret that I didn't. Charles Mack, the head of IT at University of Pittsburgh Med. So I wrote about always a part of my member check network. So Chuck would check in and he'd say yeah, we are getting our papers. So essential workers, stuff like that, and it was during the pandemic. I wrote about it, and he got a couch and a dorm fridge, and he stayed at the hospital and just set people up with mobile devices and work on the network. He told me he worked like over 100 hours a week during the pandemic there. And I was going to put his chapters like the Batman or the Pittsburgh Batman, which I think would have been awesome. But, then you run into this weird stuff of if you use the Batman thing, you kind of have to register, identify that it's a registered trademark in a book. And, so it would have been cool, but the publisher's then there's other stuff you got to kind of note if you do stuff like that. So it wasn't worth it. But if I had to do it again, I think though I would do it. I would spend the time and I would make Charles Mack the Pittsburgh Batman. This is Vanessa saying, in Arlington, Texas, I had 2 school IDs to have access to the high school schools. We checked everyone entering in only one door. So right, Vanessa, right? So why don't we have this more universal? And also, why aren't school conferences focusing on these types of things? So, those are the questions, and the organizations that school staff, school principals, and administrators pay thousands of dollars to be a part of. Why aren't they leading this stuff up and leading these discussions? And how do you do this in policy? How do we'll come out, we'll help you audit, set this up. And so it's really good. But again, why isn't this part of the Safer Communities bill? So, so this is Heath saying, hello, Bat Doc and all. Yeah. So the Batman is Bolo. He's the Batman. We also have we have the Toronto Batman and we have the Inglewood Batman. So yeah, that is so that's good. So don't anybody go, but we're going to do a brief intermission here, but don't take off. You guys just let me get the stuff set up. All right. So I will be back in a moment. Thank you so much. And whoa, wait a second. What? What? All right. I'll be back in a moment. Enjoy this.
Yum, yum. It's time for a tasty and refreshing snack.
Hey, everybody. Welcome back to the Safety Dog Podcast. Thanks to our good friend Swamp Dog Armory for making that intermission video for me. Appreciate that. Wanted to also share that a week from today, Graham Wilson will be on the show, and I'm excited about that. Graham Wilson is an airline, he is a pilot and a flight instructor in Canada, Windsor, Canada. So he's going to be on the show. And let me bring up that. So here is the show title. So yeah, definitely looking forward to having Graham on the show. I want to also share that I'm going to be a guest on Bacon Maldito's um, channel very soon. So it'll happen this month. So Bacon and I have still out the details. Basically, we just have to come up on a date, but um, and I'm very much looking forward to that. Bacon had done a lot of work in informing me of kind of the pandemic lingo of what was happening right in the old Chaz Pacific Northwest stuff as I was writing the velocity of information. And I try to catch his shows Friday night, although it's 10 o'clock here by the time he goes live, man, and I am not 20 years old anymore. I remember one time I got up during the night and I couldn't sleep, and it was like 5 in the morning. Like, oh my God, Bacon's still going. But I'm very much looking forward to that. So just so you know, again, I will be a guest on Bacon Maldito's show here in September. So it is our good friend Heath, the Agorizer, is also here. So the Agorizer. Hey, buddy. Appreciate you. Ron Wayne is tapping his foot. So yeah, well, the doc needs to have a 3-minute break when we get to this point in the show. So Saltitude Surfer is saying, great show, Doc. Appreciate it. Jordan's doing smile with sunglasses. I prefer the endless number of lakes here. All that flatlands, not my forte. So yeah, I can get that. So yeah, I'm with you. So let's trying to that's not what I wanted. I don't know. The stuff's acting kind of goofy right here. So dun 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 dun. All right. There. So I paid $44.99 for UCAM 10, which is a huge disappointment because it's basically just UCAM 9. Like I honest to God don't know what is different between these two programs. So they kind of badged it that you could go in real time and do real time makeup, because I always kind of seem washed out with the lighting and stuff. And I thought, well, that'd be kind of cool to be able to do that, but that is greatly oversold. And if you do it I start to have like blush and eyeliner and lipstick on, and I'm like, well, yeah, I'm all right. So I'm okay. But so Vanessa is saying, Bacon usually, 606 in the morning, go to Lowe's. So it's one more than 9. So so it's cool that the show's kind of gotten back into its regular Monday night swing, and I'm glad to have guests lined up. So I actually have maybe like 5 shows already on deck. And so, of course, next week is Graham, and it's going to be fascinating too, because so Graham and I, we had a couple of phone calls, like Skype, or like a StreamYard type call, just hash stuff out. And so one of the questions too is like, what's the reason most, small pilots end up crashing, right? And so he's like, it's not kind of what you think. And what's the reason, what's the subtle thing that happens? It's not like ego or something like that, it's something else. And so he has all these amazing kind of stories to share. And it's going to be fun, because I just think we have a similar sense of both professionalism and humor. And I'm really looking forward to that show. So by the 11, I don't think there is a UCAM 11 out there yet. So my Camtasia 9 could maybe use upgrading, although I don't use it a lot. But yeah, I was like, holy, because that was the one thing. But I'm using it. So it's right now, I have the option to run it or not, but I am running it. So yeah, hit that subscribe, and post down below in the comments. That always helps. Subscribe to the channel. We're over 1,200 subs now, which is big. First time the channel's been there. So, and I'm not going to run the commercials, but this is $20, and the audiobook is less than that. School of Airs. It's a really, really good book. If you have any relatives, anybody who's in education or having their kids, in the school system, man, this is a really important book. So plus, again, the audiobook that I narrated it ranges from like $7 and up, depending on where you get it. Like I don't have much control. I have some control over that, right? Um, but yeah, the audiobook is very, very good. And then, of course, the velocity of information. This is really the thinker's book. I mean, right away I get into this essential versus non-essential. Like every one of us woke up one day in 2020, and the fact is that that changes things forever. Like, what kind of career are you going to have? Its ability to work. And I interviewed a realtor, and that's in here, a realtor in a big city, and she said, you know what, people like don't want if they had like a nice place in a high rise, like they don't want to live there anymore because if there are new pandemic restrictions, the high rises, only one person could be in an elevator at a time. So they might come back with their groceries from whatever, and they're used to getting an elevator, get right up to the 40th floor, and they can't do that during a pandemic. They had to wait. And people are like, I'm not dealing with this. So, all of those things kind of come into play. It's a fascinating book. It's a fascinating book. You will not be let down at all. And as I said, I'm excited about the audiobook to be out there too. If you've read it, I know some of you have, Vanessa, please post a review. We have 20 reviews on Amazon, and this is kind of the week when it gets considered for the SI Hayakawa Awards. So, yeah, you can do it. That's Agorizer. So, I don't know. UCAM's okay. I mean, this novelty stuff, it depends what I'm doing, right? If I'm just like, kind of doing some goofy stuff, then, this is what in the hell? I don't want that. Yikes. That's kind of interesting, I guess, right? So, but yeah, and it used to have like this whole avatar section and stuff like that, but it's not really worth it anymore. Camtasia, on the other hand, is really cool software. If you're not good into like engineering and cutting videos and stuff together, Camtasia is really good for that. So I have Camtasia 8 and 9, and there's a newer version, but I don't do enough like post-edit software. I do in my classes that I teach. I do like very short instructional videos, but like everything, I can handle that in Camtasia 9. Jordan saying a lot of lakes north of in SK. What is SK, by the way? South Korea? Where are you, Jordan? Like I assume you're in Canada, but I don't know. I've been so blessed to have the chance to visit Line Lake and the Jasper a few times. Just gorgeous. So yeah. So, and Safety Dog lives in Wisconsin, so Lake Michigan on one side and Superior on the other. And summer, usually try to get up to Superior. We also go to Lakeshore, Lake Michigan. So, Spambot is saying, Bolo, I'm originally from Ontario. I prefer the foothills in Alberta over the Mizuto-laden lakes of humid southern Ontario. So, yeah. Cool. Heath is saying, I bet Rich can answer that question better than anyone. Probably. Agorizer, Looney Tunes taught me that it's Gremlins. Wow. Bolo, I hear you spam about fodder. My hamster wheel is turning. So, wow. This is from Jordan to me, the safety doc. You had some real good questions for Graham in the comments. I was like, dang, I need to do better. I agree about the humor part. Also, the audiobook could be excellent. Good voice for it. So, thanks. So I narrated. I narrated School of Errors, so that's out there. And the only way this book could ever be released in audio, it was really a quirky thing because both my books are written under contract with publisher Roman and Littlefield, which is a great thing, right? To have a book under contract, because then your book gets out in a lot of places, and this book has high saturation around the globe, as does Velocity of Information. But I'd never had the audiobook in this contract back in 2019. So the only way the publisher would allow the book to come out in audio is if I narrated it. It couldn't be anybody else narrating it. It had to be me. And so I was like, all right, I guess, that's the way it's got to be. It's got to be. So I worked with a local sound studio, like literally 2 miles from my house. And we recorded it between March and May. And, there's like a show I should do on that sometime, because like I had to get in contact with people who do audiobooks and say, like, how do you keep your voice from not like just going blank after 2 hours. And you learn all these tricks, like here's a tea to drink, like, use lip balm and these strategies and stuff. So, I mean, so I did that. And, all the editing, the sound engineer who's listening at the same time saying, oh, like, could you do that sentence over or whatever? But so this book is 6 hours long, narrated by me. So that's out there. You can buy that. Just go in and search this on audiobooks. Really well done. Now, Velocity of Information was narrated by Ben Hawk, who is in the TV show Manifest, for example. He's a professional actor. Ben did a phenomenal job on the Velocity of Information on the audiobook. But that will not be available for sale until April 12th. By contract, it has to be 1 year after the release of the book in print, which was April 11th. So, but it's all done. Like, everything's great. I actually like have access to the whole audiobook, but it will not be for sale until April 12th. You'll probably start seeing it in a couple of months. It'll start to show up under like Safety Doc, or my book stuff is like a pre-order, but it's not. But it's well worth it. Oh my God. Like, I did a good job with School of Errors, and School of Errors is priced lower as an audiobook because I'm not a professional voice actor, but Ben is so good. So Velocity of Information is just incredible to listen when you have a professional actor, right, who is narrating. And wow. So yeah, that's amazing. And one of the reasons I came back on this book and did the audiobook was when it's all said and done, like, the audiobook will probably not make me a dollar. Like, it'll probably just be a break even, but it was for accessibility. I teach special education legal classes, and I worked for School for the Blind. And School for the Blind, the whole thing of like, oh, like, we have a book available and you can have like the text reader read it. Like, that doesn't really work, like, only to a certain extent. You really want the book read by a narrator. So I had many friends, still have, many friends at School for the Blind, and they were like, when's the book coming out in audio? And I was like, yeah, I really need to do that. And so I made the commitment. We got it out in audio, and then I sent the links to, some free links to some of my friends who are down there who are completely blind, who are instructors. And I'm like, here it is. And they're like, thanks, it's really cool. And I said, yeah, it's important for me, right, to have my information available to people who are blind or have barriers to print or whatever, and stuff like that, to have it available in all these formats, ebook and audio. And so, that's where it's like a doc, kind of, just being a good guy, like just doing the right thing, or like, right. But yeah, I mean, if you've read either of the books, you have not posted a review, please consider it, because reviews are significant in driving sales, and it just is. And it's powerful, libraries and people, libraries purchasing, right? I guess it's sales, but reviews are big, and reviews have kept the momentum going for School of Errors. School of Errors gets cited in my Google Scholar. I can see like people who cite that work and dissertations and other stuff, and Velocity of Information. So what you do, you've read it, it means, or somehow you've consumed that work. It means a lot to me when you post a review. It really does. So yeah, Jordan went back to some of the videos that Graham posted of the cartoonish stuff back in 2010. I used to use that same program, but I never like posted it on YouTube. But I remember how funny that was. I used to use it in some of the trainings and professional development I did, which makes me think I need to subscribe back into that, because it's just hilarious. So Saskatchewan, okay, so the SK, north of ND, North Dakota, okay, North Dakota, gotcha. Heath is saying, I just found out you can put a pencil in an Ender 3, which is a 3D printer, and have it draw artwork. That's cool. That's cool. And I'm going to have another show where I bring Flying Rich. So those of you who remember a good friend Flying Rich on the channel, we talked about like, hey, like, what is 3D printing? What's the possibilities during a disaster, right? Or a wildfires, tore down a whole neighborhood or something. If you could drop a 3D printer in there, what would be the things you'd print? And there's a lot of things people don't think about, but one is like catheters for medical, like printing catheters and printing like support stuff for geodesic domes. And so like Rich and I are kind of working on this, and that's like another part I would have in a book I don't know how I'd work that into like a book, or if I'll just do an article on it or something like that. But I think we underestimate like the capacity for 3D printing to be beneficial during disasters. Like it's not really out there. Like it's not organized, I should say. Like Thingiverse and stuff like that, but like kind of a disaster theme. Um, so it's our good friend Polka Bob. Hey, buddy. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Guys, drop a like on Chaos Stream. So what is Chaos Stream? Let me check this out. I'm putting a like over here for you. I'm subbing. I just subbed and I just hit a like. So hopefully Chaos will do the same back for me. I just hit a sub and a like there. So Doc is helping you out, buddy. Sub and a like. All right. Good. Ron Wayne, Rich Squadron. 3D print, another 3D printer. Crazy, isn't it? So yeah, and this is something where it was kind of last year and I kind of backed off of it this year. Like 3D printing, like schools have 3D printers. Like every middle school shop, every high school shop has multiple 3D printers. What does it look like for like copyright? How do you check that things you're printing have been copyrighted, right? Or trademarked and stuff, more copyrighted. And, what if you're this whole thing, the Case Act with copyright and 3D printing, it's whatever you're doing. So we kind of got into that in my classes. I kind of backed off of it a little bit because no one was really enforcing it too much, but like, how do you make sure if your student is printing something and selling it, right? Or making it available that it's not very, very close to something that's copyrighted. And I don't know what item they're printing, but a flute or whatever it is. I don't know, a toy or something like that. But you can do a lot of things 3D printed. So yeah, website idea, disaster 3D. Yeah, let's see if is that available here on website domain in my area. Website domain names available. Search. Holy smokes, this has got to be the worst damn interface I've ever seen. Squarespace. That's horrible. Let's go over here. Disaster. Jeez. Disaster 3D. Let's check it out. All right, I'm going to make you part of the action here. Yeah, I get it. All right, let's do this. All right. Hey, it's available. Disaster3D.com is available. Oh my God. Bolo. And guys, I mean that's available. That is actually a very marketable site, Disaster 3D. Whoa. Yeah, I mean, if I had any skills in 3D print, I don't own a 3D printer or anything like that, I would get the site and I would solely make threads and content that would focus on how 3D printers can be deployed during disaster situations, hurricanes, fires, power outage, right? The 3D printer though has power, whatever. I mean, all of these things like disaster 3D. And I think that'd be awesome. I mean, holy smokes. It's also available in org and tech and stuff. I mean, it's all these things. Like that is amazing that nobody has grabbed that. Holy smokes. That's really good. Like I don't know, everybody would remember it, right? I mean, if you put it out there and brand it, hey, what's your website? Disaster3D.com. Okay, got it. Like nobody would mess that up. And yeah, you could do it and feature like articles, like interviews, like a podcast on it, and maybe products, right? I don't know about products so much. Well, I mean, you could have printer products, right? Of saying portability and stuff like that. You could branch that off into, legislation that allows sharing of intellectual property during disaster situations. And like, I don't know where you monetize and where the money side of that comes in unless you really had a 3D sponsor, 3D printer sponsor to come in. But that is really cool. That is, I mean, guys, like that is honestly, that domain is hot. Like that is, that's one of those things, right? You get in a TV interview or whatever, and they're like, well, what is it? It's, well, you just go to disaster3d.com. It's kind of interesting too. Like there's not like disaster3d.gov of saying like during this disaster area, like, you know, because they did this during COVID, like with the parts for ventilators and masks, they waived the intellectual property protections during a certain period of time and let you print those without fear of being sued. That they wouldn't have something like that you wouldn't go and say, oh, is my area in whatever Kentucky, right? They got hit by a F5 tornado. Is our area open now? Disaster3d.com to print whatever things. It makes a lot of sense, 3d.gov, but holy smokes. I don't know. I got to think about this overnight, but that is absolutely amazing. Congratulations. Look at this. I'm stunned that is available. Disaster3d.com. Wow. Wow. I'm just floored. I am absolutely floored that no one has squatted that site. I'm just floored. I mean, just squatting that site for, whatever it costs, 15, $20 to own it for a year. It's, like someone wouldn't say, I'd give you $1,000 for that site. I mean, it just is crazy. I mean, like as a drone manufacturer, like you pitch this idea to a drone manufacturer, right? And you say like, there's this whole side of like, the 3D printing during disasters, and you could get into this, or you could have this off link, and I think they would go for it. It is catchy. Like, yeah, I'd have to think, the thing is like, again, I don't know 3D printing very well. Like that's not my area. I'm not like DLD After Dark or Flying Rich or those guys. Yeah, talk to Rich. I will talk to Rich because maybe, in all of the stuff that I do, maybe there is like a little offshoot in like 3D printing capability. I kind of talked about it in Philosophy of Information where I got into that, but I think like in the whole safety community, I think there's a lot of things that will be available through 3D printing, which are going to probably be more like in the moment things that you need. Again, I go back to the catheters because I remember when the Bahamas got hit by the hurricanes and they couldn't fly in the big planes because the runway was destroyed. The little planes could come in. They had to break down cargo pallets, and they prioritized getting catheters because people didn't have those. But you could 3D print catheters if you had a 3D printer, right? So, God, that is good. That is disaster3d.com. So, man, that's really good. I probably have to redo the blog post I made for this. Drone deployed. Yeah, you're right, Bolo. Right. So that was a big thing when I had Katie Bashan on from Cajun Navy Relief a couple of years ago with Hurricanes Irma and Harvey, like maybe 5 years ago. Using drones in rescues and stuff was real kind of sketchy back then because of legislation, right? You don't have jurisdiction to use a commercial drone in these areas. And now it's kind of relaxed for rescues. But you're right. Like how do you pair a drone and a 3D printer? Or also, how do you maybe use a 3D printer, but then use the drone to disperse the items printed by the 3D printer? Which are all awesome, super great ideas, right? These are the type of things where I want to bring people on the show and talk about that. How do you get Graham, Wilson to take his plane where he can land in, areas that haven't, again, in the Bahamas, you could take a small plane. Where you can have more access or maybe be able to drop stuff off? What type of things would you do? Or if he like takes a drone so far and then the drone gets deployed, hypothetically he lands a plane, drone gets deployed, and then the drone can. I mean, there's all these things, right? Which are really exciting. Like, it's a cool part of safety that we don't think about that much, and I think that's really cool. So I'm glad that we went there, because I wasn't thinking there. By the way, please subscribe, smash the like button. I appreciate it. Please do watch hours below. We are like 700 and some hours away from monetization. We're quickly kind of moving there. Like, everything is moving in the right direction. So you're like, hey, I like this show, or like next week, I got Graham on. Like, I want to re-listen to it, like when I'm outside doing something in the garage, or like, working in my basement, or doing something on a computer. Do it. So yeah, very much appreciate it. So let's go back to comments. So yeah, it's probably already been bought. You guys have gone through, and I'll go in tomorrow, and like the only thing available will be like disaster 3D, Taiwan or something like that. I mean, everything else be gone. So, but it's floored, isn't it crazy? Like, we're all this way into like, all the people buying domain names and stuff like that and whatever. You kind of wonder what's going to be available like in 20 years, but then you come up with, like disaster 3D, and we're like, oh my God, it's available, for like $15 or something. Right. And, you run it by a focus group in marketing and whatever. And if you like say disaster 3D, like nobody would ever forget that. Nobody would mess that up. So the idea muscle, Jordan, James Altiger, and Kira. So the safety doc, really? Oh, wow. I thought I owned the safety doc. Oh, safetydoc.com. So I think, do I own the safety doc or safety doc? I don't know. I had a bit of I wouldn't say it was a dispute, but when I initially registered that and started to go as a safety doc, there was someone else who had a similar website and was doing some similar things, who contacted me and said, just so you know, like I exist in this space, and it was all good. Like we had a good discourse, but they were they were industrial safety, like buildings and engineering and stuff like that. And I'm like, well, we're totally different areas of safety. So, and if I ever get contacted, someone looking for your stuff, I will refer them over. And I think I have like a reference thing on my website, but that hasn't happened, so everything's been fine. But I was like, well, if this really genuinely would have been an issue, I would have changed it. I would have said, you stake your claim to this area. So I have to run. It's been great. Glad I found your channel. Until next one, Doc. Thanks, Ron. Thanks for subscribing. Next Monday, on Monday night, it'll be at 7, a little bit earlier. Graham Wilson's going to be on. God, it's going to be a good show. So we're going to have a good time. A lot of humor in that one. I have some stuff already kind of developed for that, which is so funny. I wish I could like just play it now, but I'm going to wait till the show. So it looks like Jordan is also hitting the hills. So yeah, it's kind of getting later. Safety 3D. So yeah, I don't know if Safety 3D is available. I'll have to look. I own schoolofairs.com and velocityofinformation.com, which they're just bounce websites to go to like Amazon, stuff like that. Oh my God, everybody's leaving. Me too. I got to go to bed. Got to get it early. I got it. Appreciate that. Thanks, Misty, Mrs. Wayne. So, yeah, and I'll probably will move the shows back to like their 8 or 8:15 time. I mean, versus 8:30. And next week is 7. So might do that. But right, because if you're in like California, 7 o'clock is your 5 o'clock, and so that's where the show. I've been trying to balance it out. But Jordan's saying, "Nah, I'm here for a bit." Jordan's like, he's like, I am there. I am totally like hanging with this. I appreciate that. So good. It's good, buddy. So yeah, that is all good. So I was mowing my lawn yesterday, and out in the back, and I noticed a couple rocks, landscape rocks. I'm like, well, this is weird, because there's really no reason for landscape rock. I have landscape rock around my house, but there's no reason to be landscape rock like 30 feet from my house. And I stop and I'm like, oh, there's more. And I picked up 30 landscape rocks, which are pretty big, and And then I checked my neighbor's yard. They had rocks, and their son throws these rocks from their landscaping out into like the backyard and stuff. And I'm like, so I told the guy, I'm like, hey, I've been finding these rocks, and they're not from me. Of course, a mower hits them, damages a blade, and then also can send it out, in any direction. But yeah, I spent like 20 minutes just picking these rocks up, and I'm like, oh my God. And the kid's done that like a lot of times. Like, this isn't a new thing. It's, he's throwing these rocks several, days, it's just over the years. Like, we have steel siding and it's dented up on that side, and I've had to go tell him about it. And so I'm getting a little frustrated because at some point that needs to just resolve. It's like, don't do this, kid. Don't be doing that stuff. So, yeah. So, what else is happening for me this week? So, I'm starting now my kind of really fast paced teaching stuff. So I go to the university, right, which is a couple hours for me, and I'm there all day. And so between now and like the middle of November is pretty crazy. So, but that's good, and I'm not driving every day to the university. And I get mileage and stuff like that. And actually I only put like 4,000 miles a year on my car. Most of that's going to the university. So, but yeah, I have my classes and getting those all ready. So it's really this weird kind of end to summer because I'm a long distance cyclist. So a couple weeks ago, I biked 80 miles. Last week I biked 40. And this week on Wednesday, that's my date I have blocked off for biking because it should be like 80 and sunny. And like where I'm at here in Wisconsin, like you get 80 and sunny in September. Like you got to go for it because I usually will deep six the bike by the middle of October. The leaves are falling, the weather's just not good. And I'm just not one of these people who's going to be out when it's 50 degrees and overcast and windy and biking. Not my thing. And, these people around here buy bikes that they do in winter with the fat tires and stuff. Like, it's not my thing, right? I don't want to be out in the cold biking. It's not enjoyable for me. So, I will be out on Wednesday. Like I've already planned for that. Like I went today, I bought green bananas. And because one thing I always do before like a long distance biking is I'll eat a lot of bananas the night before, the morning of, and pack bananas, as I do the trek. So I will I'll be preparing Tuesday for that and I'll kind of get the bike all ready for it. And then Wednesday I'll be out biking all day. So that'll be awesome. But that, I'm kind of looking like, I don't know how many more bike rides there are yet for this year for me. That could be the last one. Because of other things kind of going on, and if the weather like cools down and stuff like that. So we've hit like I think we had like 26 out of 31 days or whatever in August where like sunny and 80 degrees is really cool. Really awesome. And I biked a lot, but I don't know. So it's kind of this I am not a winter person. So to live in a northern climate, so I live in Wisconsin, and I live in southern Wisconsin. I grew up in northern Wisconsin, but I am not a winter person. So when we get to November through March is just the kind of time where like I bury myself into other projects, doing university work and stuff like that. But I am not one of those people who loves like being outside. Hey, like I can ice fish and I can, snowshoe. I'm like, I'm not me, man. So I do kind of force myself to go out and, walk. And now I got like earbuds my daughter gave me that she used to have so I can listen to, stuff, Wi-Fi off my phone. And, but man, just not there. So, man, I also had this eBay bid. I was bidding for a pair of Keen work shoes. And these things looked like in great shape. They're a little bit older style of Keen. And I bid all the way up to $32 and I didn't get them. They sold for $39. So, but the new ones are like, all these shoes are expensive. And then I see these people on like eBay, they'll post like a pair of shoes, like, and you can get the same thing retail. Here's a pair of like Keen Voyagers for like $120. I'm like, I can get the same thing from Zappos for $108 new. but yeah, that was pretty disappointing. Because I thought my bid would hold up. That's an iffy thing, like buying shoes. But I'm like, they're shoes I use in my yard. My current ones are in such horrible shape. I mean, soles are falling off and all of that. But I'm like, I don't want to put a lot of money into a pair of shoes that I'm just gonna wear out in the yard. But we'll see. Um, but yeah, I mean, I don't know. I don't have much. I don't have much going this week. I just gotta kind of prep the class stuff and then really be ready for that. I have so I'm not a lawyer. So when I teach law classes, I always have lawyers that I consult with, and I need to get back with one of my friends who's a lawyer, and I'm working on a future show here, and I want to have somebody on who has a lawyer, and there's a lawyer in my state who did a presentation on citizen's arrest in Wisconsin, right? And he actually said like Wisconsin law is pretty friendly toward a citizen arrest. And so I want to get a hold of this guy and say like, hey, would you come on the show and we could talk about what a citizen's arrest is? Because like it came up when I was doing when I was doing the case study about the wandering student and going on the private property. Like, what if somebody comes out and says, you can't be on here, and I declare citizen's arrest? I'm like, well, God, I never saw that coming when I did that case study. Like someone would do that, but I'm like, what does it even look like? And I realized that the laws are pretty lax for citizens arrest. But right, you don't see a lot of people trying to pull that one off. But I would love to have a lawyer on here, like I had James Sibley talk about some special education stuff. But have a lawyer come on and say, yeah, here's some citizens arrest stuff. Below saying, hey, my winter guilty pleasure is camping in a place where they have RV plugins and plug-in my heaters. I think that'd be cool. Like I do think that would be neat to do. And we have a screened-in porch that I've often wondered, like, when it's, I don't know, necessarily winter, but maybe like, November, March-ish, like if I had my sleeping bag and I was out there, like, I think I would enjoy that. Like, I like colder temperatures, especially like for sleeping, right? We had a cot and we sold it and it was really nice. We bought it new. We just kind of bought it for our cats. And I wish I would have kept it and kept it so I could put it out there. We sold it really cheap for like $5 or $10 a garage sale. So Jordan's saying citizen arrest needs more and more. So I'm trying to get someone on who's willing to talk about that on the show. And I think it's pretty cool. Below saying in Canada, it's called public detainment. So, when I was growing up, that was a pretty familiar term, like citizen's arrest. I never knew anyone who did it, but but looking into it now, I'm like, how would you do it? And again, like this guy was saying, it's still on the books. It's like part of the law, and it's, pretty wide bumpers on both sides of how you would actually deploy it. But citizen's arrest, Andrew, is going to be the only form of arrest soon. Did you guys, anyone happen to see in Los Angeles, there was a fire truck going on scene for some emergency, and there was just this mob of people that overtook the fire truck, and they're like, so there's like 15 people hanging off this fire truck and being in its way and taking stuff off of it, and the truck didn't get apparently damaged or like anything like that, but I was watching that saying, holy smokes, like for public safety, that was wild, and that you wouldn't have police escorting fire. And it was really a disturbing video. I don't know. I saw that today. Heath is saying, oh my God, there are a lot of sites that do 3D disaster modeling and apps, but none have the domain. Well, don't buy it from me. Give me 12 hours head start to try to nail that thing down. 3D disaster. Well, let's just do that. Well, printing. Yeah, there's 8,500 sites that came up. 3D printed disaster sculpture. Yeah. This is crazy. There's somebody on TikTok, 3D dot disaster, but right, 3ddisaster.com isn't out there. What in the world? Oh, I had a phone call this week with the head of esports in our state. And because again, I'm teaching aspiring administrators and more schools are going to esports. And so I'm like, what is this all about? And it was great. It was a really good interview. I took a lot of notes and I'm going to have him on the show soon, Mike Dahl. And he's going to talk about, here's how we start up these teams, how they compete. And I was just amazed, right, at how, and also a question I specifically asked is, let's say you had a student with mild cerebral palsy, right? And they're competing in esports. How would that work? He's like, well, let me first tell you, like, we have a student participating in esports who is a paraplegic and has a controller that they operate from their mouth, like a mouth-based controller. So he's like, let me just start with that. I'm like, holy smokes, right? But he said there are companies, and one is in like Milwaukee, Wisconsin, but there's other companies, and this is where 3D printing kind of comes in too, but where they make special controllers for students with disabilities. So, and to play esports, I'm like, that is really cool, right? Adaptive. And so, and actually, if you just in your school took your school's 3D printing department, right, in your tech ed, they could probably do a lot of this stuff. They could make these adaptive parts for things. So I think that's really cool. Like I want them to talk about that because, right, if you're in a wheelchair, you're not playing high school football. I mean, it's technically not allowed to have that, right? So, but you could be playing in these other sports. But what if you need it like an adaptive controller? Well, we've got that handled. And I just think it's really cool. Yeah, Mike will do a great job of helping us understand that. So, so I've been trying to line up some interviews. And Mike agreed to it, so I'll get him on here. Really busy guy, but we'll get it done. So what is this one? 3D printing. There are steps. Spambot. Bolo. I love winter camping. I did that. Ontario, the temps outside my tent, minus 33. Wow. So I really like I like sleeping in winter. I like cold weather sleeping. And like where the way that our house is, so we have a ranch, we heat with wood, but the house is warmer on the side that's opposite the bedrooms. So, and that is very good because I don't want to try to go to sleep, when like the one side of the house is 80 degrees and the other side is like 60. Like I want to be in the 60-degree side. That's kind of by design, that happens. So, but yeah, no, says Andrew. They were cheering for the truck. Oh, is that what was happening in that? That's really scary, as a former firefighter. And like, I remember, 2 years ago in Kenosha, the riots, right? And I have all the audio from the scanner app stuff. I recorded that night and was listening and I think doing a live broadcast on it with Bacon and Nick Schulenner. But the fire department was clearly overwhelmed. Like they'd say, people are cutting up our hoses, they're running over stuff. They're like, following our equipment, and they're like, no police available to help them. And holy smokes. Pretty crazy. And the thing is, like, you take a fire truck out, right? That's easily $500,000 or more. A ladder truck is 1.5 million, So you do any type of damage to these things and take them out of commission. That is serious impact to the safety of the community. You burn up a squad car, right? Or a squad car gets damaged. That's one thing. You can kind of switch those in and out. Like a fire truck's like a 2-year build. So, Bolo, I don't fear the cold. 42. Wow. We had here, oh God, maybe like 8 years ago, we had a stretch of like minus 30 degrees every day for like 10 days. That'd be like the high, be minus 30 to minus 40. And the city water department sent out a thing and said, just leave your water running because like all the water mains are freezing up and people's pipes are freezing up. And they're like, we won't charge you. We'll just average out like what you usually use for, February, and we'll just charge you that. And so, yeah, you just you turned your water on a little bit. You just let it run. So that was really weird. I had a friend down here who said like he worked for the power and light company. He said they couldn't even drill, what was it, like telephone poles, like the bits would break and all of that. So because everything was, It was really like that hasn't been that way again for like this like 8 years ago. It was like that super deep freeze, but actually it killed off like all of the beetles and the crazy bugs and stuff that normally would come out. Like we haven't had the Asian beetles since then. Like it just totally that ended the Asian beetles coming out in July and stripping your trees bare of leaves. That took care of that. Um, Breaking fire trucks is stupid. Yeah, I mean that is just so it's such a eerie breakdown of society to watch that type of thing, right? To have people jumping onto these fire trucks and grabbing things and whatever, and it's like, there's certain things that should never be crossed, right? Like I think I even remember, I don't know, it was back in China or whatever, these protests, right, where people would block off streets. But like if there had to be an ambulance or a fire truck, like even the protesters would move aside, let the fire truck or ambulance through, and then they would like reassemble their protesting. And both sides would recognize that. Like the police, the protesters would be like, well, there's a fire down there and the fire truck's got to get through. So like, well, let's call a truce here for 3 minutes and let fire trucks through, everyone resume their positions. So that to me is really scary. Because then as a city and as a fire department, I mean, do you just say like, we will not go there unless we have police escort? But even if police go with you, at what point, do you say we can't safely deploy to this part of Los Angeles, right? For our firefighters and for our equipment, because equipment gets taken out. So, man, it is really crazy. So Jordan is saying they just built a new fire station a block away, but the closest detachment is 30 minutes away. Whoa, man, that's crazy. So I don't know if you guys, I did the one show. It was about a month ago. Our fire department received a new pumper, $700,000 truck, and they had a special ceremony. So the community came out. It was really, really well attended, actually. And you would push the pumper into the, well, pretend, right? and then they talked about the truck and stuff like it was cool. But yeah, thankfully, because I live in a city and we have a full-time fire department, like I have really low fire insurance rates, hydrants and stuff like that. But if you get out of the city, that's one of the things where you pay a lot more in insurance because, right, your house probably could burn down. But yeah, so that's always a plus. Like I live literally 3 minutes from a hospital, which was built since we moved here 20 years ago. So a new hospital complex with a med flight. I live 3 minutes from that, so, it's a good thing to kind of be close to these resources, or Wisconsin or on Wisconsin, one of those two. So it's a good, stay safe. So it looks like Jordan is calling it a night. So I appreciate that you've been here, Jordan. I appreciate it. Give a shout out to Graham. So big expectations for him coming on the show next week. We're hoping to drag in thousands of viewers. It's kind of the show it's going to kick us over the edge here. So, but I'm looking forward. I'm big time looking forward to that one. So, but yeah, as far as me, I have to make sure my university ID still works because I've been on campus for a couple of months. I don't know if they've updated anything, but that used to, until like a year ago, the campus was just unlocked during the day. Didn't have to have an ID or anything, which I always thought was really kind of strange. But they didn't have. Then they started to have some issues with it, right? And but yeah, Keith is saying, "Night, Doc. Got to be up early." So, gotcha, buddy. So, gotcha. So, sounds good. Oh, it's our good friend Solitude saying, "See you later, Ethan Jordan." So, good stuff. So, yeah, that's kind of where I'm at with things here. So, just making sure all of my stuff is together here. So, But yeah, next week is going to be Graham Wilson, who is a flight instructor. He's a pilot, obviously. I don't know if you could be a flight instructor without being a pilot, but we have a good show put together. Like, I already have all of the blog posts written for that. It's completely done. And yeah, so we've talked. We did like a StreamYard thing, that wasn't recorded of what are we going to do? What do you want to talk about? Well, it's really me interviewing him, right? And I just think he has a great sense of humor. He's a terrific storyteller, and as I told him, I said, I'm getting you at before you kind of take off, really, because like his stuff is so good, and he's just so good at presenting that his show will be like, you know, thousands of subscribers and all this stuff. So I'm like, I'm getting you before you kind of hit the famous like curve there. So will they mandate mandatory pedestrian helmets like motorcyclists? Oh my God, Bolo. Yeah, and who enforces these things, or are they automatically enforced, and what are the consequences of them? So those are all like really, really kind of crazy, but real questions out there, especially if we could go down these areas. Do you move toward a social credit score or digital currency? And, if you're not mowing your lawn, is it possible for someone to press a button in the city and you can only take $100 out of your bank a day as a punishment? Or, all of these crazy things that we didn't think were possible. But, we kind of learned in 2020, like when states or when cities put these websites up of, hey, like report your neighbor for having 5 people over, and you can post a picture and stuff like that. And I captured all of that stuff, right? And I did a little video, and I got it, Bellevue, Washington. And so it's like, whoa, it was really, really bad. You got to have the sticker. So Andrew's saying that we'll mandate wearing helmets when we are asleep in our pods. Yeah, I was reading, I think it's Italy, right, where they're limiting people's access to electricity and fuel, or else the price has gone up like 500%. But now they're also they're saying you can't use candles, or they're not selling candles because of the petroleum content of candles. You can only use like a non-petroleum. So like even your ability to access a candle is restricted. And so I'm like, whoa, like this is crazy stuff. I remember, I have, some very, just very modest retirement investments, right? And talking with my retirement person there and saying, like, hey, like, obviously everything's down for everybody, I think, but like, I think we should kind of like limit the exposure to these other small countries, because I just don't see things getting better for them. And I know like these small markets can kind of make big jumps, but I'm kind of in the camp of like, let's get out of that stuff. And, so the retirement person's like, yeah, we kind of been thinking the same thing. And then, you kind of get in that issue of like, and what what can we kind of trade right now that's down for something else that's down? Like there's maybe a better prospect of recovering, or, it's kind of a weird, thing to look at some of that stuff and say, oh my God, I don't know what in the world happened in the last year. Paraffin, I don't know, man. Paraffin is a piece of, I don't know, but there's something, so this is one of those things, right? Like, hey, it's Arvero. Welcome, buddy. Welcome. If you haven't subscribed, please subscribe. A quick thumbs up. We'll appreciate it, buddy. Appreciate it. Subscribing. We've got the channel to 1.21K, which is like 10 subscribers in the last day new, which is really cool. But you look at this stuff and like the Colorado River, drying up, and these, packs, these agreements fall apart. Like governments need to be there and saying, what can we do to help you? Yeah, we need to do this, or we need to like, keep the nuclear plants going, or we need to like, get more coal deliveries to the energy plants or whatever, or what can we do to help you out, versus like, now as people are already stressed, like how can we hurt you further is just insane. This mentality, it's like, how can we help you out? How can we? And I saw this. The hurricane stuff would be a good example, going back, to 2017, and there'd be the hurricanes Irma and Harvey, and And FEMA would be like, well, Cajun Navy, we won't give you a warehouse and you can't stage your stuff here and you can't bring your boats. And they'd be like, well, but you don't have the boats. You don't have the resources. Like we have the stuff like right here. And eventually they kind of like came to some impasse where like, you can do it, but we'll kind of shut our eyes that it's happening, or, we're not going to give you a warehouse space. But my thought was like, if I was the head of FEMA, somebody calls me up and offers me that job, I'd take it, heartbeat, boom, head of FEMA. I'd be like, my job is to broker these warehouses and make sure that the responders and the stuff can get to where they need to go. Like, that's my job. It's not to just come in there and try to regulate and limit the services, right? I don't, that's not it. And this whole thing of like, billions of dollars in the safer communities. Well, hell, like we had Superior, Colorado before Christmas burned to the ground by a wildfire. Like, we need to put money into like the 3D disaster printing and the drone delivery, like in Kentucky, right before Christmas, it's tornado comes through, F5 and destroys Tennessee and Kentucky, and we need to be able to rapidly deploy these things for like a 10 to 20 days with people and equipment, right, and get these systems up and running and help people. And we're not doing that. I mean, I'm like, what in the hell? What the hell is going on when we're not doing that? We're not. So it's baffling to me. Like, we pass all of this stuff. Everybody else gets the money of these other countries. And it's like, and I remember I was in a school district that a significant flood came through, destroyed parts of the town, and the high school's turned into a FEMA center. I still have my badge, like they gave me, so I could get in and out of the building. And people were coming there. They lost everything. Their house is gone, and I'm like, I think, FEMA seemed to be, helping them out, places to stay in the school, stuff like that. But I'm like, we have all this stuff going on now with people, and we don't do anything, and I know people, so many people in these areas. So I'll get a hold of them. Like, I have a friend in Kentucky where this tornado came through. I'm like, well, what's happening? He's like, not much. Now they brought out a couple dumpsters. People throws it. How about police? Like, are they doing like National Guard to make sure there's no looting? Nope. Place been picked bare. And I'm like, this is crazy. This is absolutely crazy that we don't have these kind of regional rapid deployment FEMA things that also interface smoothly like with Cajun Navy relief. And we don't have some federal legislation passed to kind of waive liability like we did with the IP stuff for 3D printing during the pandemic, like during these short-term things. Like, this just is good. It's good human activity, right? This just needs to happen in a society. So I think that's kind of more my rant than anything else. And that's where I can see this eroding the discretion of the school leaders that I teach. They get caught up in this type of stuff of saying, I don't know, I don't want to do the right thing and then get punished afterwards, right? Or, my board doesn't stand behind me, or do the right thing in the moment, right? But it's forensically analyzed and I end up separated from employment or whatever. And I'm like, I get that, right? So that's a system that's not supporting you, right? And so, but what, I mean, how many conferences do we see, or presentations or whatever, about like Cajun Navy relief, or how like 3D printing could benefit in design? We don't see any of that. I don't see any of that anywhere. Or, part of this bill, David Muir and, Nightly News, part of this bill includes, this rapid deployment of, oh, well, that'd be cool. Like, we're capable of that, more than capable. I mean, look at guys like, Flying Rich. But I mean, so that is the part. And that's where kind of my rant on FEMA is. I think FEMA is completely, it should just be a brokering of these services, like in a warehouse space and stuff like that, and to facilitate these movements to not have bottlenecks. Gormonger, hey, welcome, buddy. They could have mastered nuclear desalination plans, you name it. Yeah, you're right. You're right. Like, you're absolutely right. And by where I live, like just out of town, 5 miles, there is a large coal plant, which is now going offline permanently. And they're going to take it down in, I think, 2 or 3 years. And literally like 4 or 5 years ago, it was rated the best coal plant for efficiency in the country. It just gone over a like $500 million updates and stuff like that. And the thing is, like, again, it's Wisconsin. What are you replacing this energy with? We don't have a nuclear power plant nearby. In winter, there's not a lot of sun, and so they have this wind turbine farm kind of out of town. But I'm like, what in the hell are you really doing here? And when people ran for county office, that was everybody had that as a point of why they were running, because like, we don't think the power plant, should be shut down. We don't think there's enough redundancy in the system to make up for this plant, which they're probably right. But yeah, I'd love to do a show. I'm going to have Rich on again, and Rich and I are going to talk 3D, and maybe we can branch off a little bit into, kind of this bigger thing of like, how could you mobilize like a rescue force? I have some other people I could kind of bring on for that too. But we know what happens. Like Cajun Navy does it. They go from Louisiana to Texas, they move around, as needed, even over to Florida. Texas has its own kind of Texas Navy type stuff. We know these informal organizations exist out there. So, how do we capitalize on that and kind of merge them with formal? But you go to like Superior, Colorado. If you do a Google search on that, the wildfire last year, it just burned everything down. Whole community's gone. Right before Christmas, there was virtually nothing for a federal response. State response was kind of limited, right? But the overall response to that was completely underwhelming, as was the Kentucky Tennessee F5 hurricane in December of 2021, or not hurricane, tornado. The response to that was, from emergency resource and allocation perspective. And I think, questions about who can allocate these resources, who can commit these, who's paying. But if we are putting billions and billions of dollars out there to other countries and in these bills, why wouldn't we have billions of dollars to have these like regional FEMA teams, right? That would always be kind of ready to go. And you would say, you're going to stage for 10 to 20 days. That's it. You're coming in, you're like getting these things available to people. Like I said, one of the biggest things people don't talk about, is catheters for people after disasters, that they don't have access to catheters. And I mean, we can go down the list, like, Rich and I can kind of work through some of that. And I have friends in the disability community who work in disaster. But I'm like, why are we not there? Why are we not highlighting and promoting that and putting that out there? And that's, bipartisan. Like, I don't see anybody not agreeing with that, right? And right. It's not your fault if your house gets wiped out by an F5 tornado, right? I mean, or, I guess the wildfire thing, you could say there's some culpability on the community, the way it was built and the homes built out and stuff like that. I mean, that's still pretty, pretty heartless to go down that road, but still, like, we should just be better than that. And as a government, we should be much, much better than that. And we're just not. And I go back. One of the things that really, spam out what? Here, Gormire saying, with the Cajun Navy and other such groups, they are volunteer based, real heroes. Yeah, you're right. And the thing with like Cajun Navy, you have to like find like, God, what is it? Cajun Navy is a general term, so you have to kind of find the organizations within that. But you're absolutely right. Like Katie Pashano and I had her on the show a couple times. Like, you're right. Like and those are the people coming back 3 months later to help you, like, gut your house, or a month later, whatever, and take the moldy drywall out and put in new drywall. They're the people who are sticking with you. So often community originally centered, they have skin in the game. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, paper. So again, like if I was promoted at a FEMA, I'd be like, we are regionalizing into these areas, based upon, your data, your GIS data, for understanding of where disasters kind of tend to strike with more frequency and stuff like that. And, hey, it's one fast act. Our good friend from Canada, thanks here. Leaving a like, I appreciate that. We're up to 30. You did that, buddy. Thanks for sending some people over here to subscribe. We're up 10 subscribers today, so appreciate your work. Wishing you well. So thank you very much, buddy. So yeah, that's the FEMA thing. Just really burns me. how that whole organization operates. And again, we just should be better. And we should, and I kind of go back to when everyone was declared essential or non-essential, and waysides were shut down in states, right? Your waysides, and then truck stops were shut down, and essential workers were truck drivers, and basically what the message to truck drivers was: keep driving. And truck drivers were saying, okay, but like, we don't have a bathroom, we don't have a place to wash up, we can't do our laundry, even trying to get food and stuff. And that was a defining moment. I mean, there were many, but that's a defining moment in the country. There should have been, March and April, a federal decree saying we will keep, I don't know, whatever number, 4 per state or on the major interstates or whatever, but we will keep 4, let's say 4 waysides per state open with National Guard, or we'll provide funding, and we'll get, food supplies there and ability to do laundry and maybe some basic like telemed or whatever it is, like for truck drivers, and saying, truck drivers, you're keeping us going right now. So we are showing the appreciation. And I had, I did the show where Jonathan Berger was on, and we were talking about that of, the brown bag for truckers thing you could have got behind, and even 3D printing, right? You 3D print a spork, right? That's useful. A little vent thing that goes on to help your air conditioning stuff, and you're collecting like Campbell's soup and giving that to truck drivers. But I think it was Arizona that used 2 defunct waysides they opened up during the pandemic for truckers, which was something because other states did nothing. But I'm like, whoa, like that was a really big thing, going back and forensically looking at that, saying that was a huge disgrace. And it was really demeaning to truckers that happened. And as I ran for city council, I didn't get voted in, but we live on an interstate, and we actually, one of the things I talked about was, if anything like that happened, like we had resources for truckers because truckers also were being ticketed for staying at waysides, right? Because they didn't have enough space and all this. They were still ticketing them during the pandemic. Like we had fairgrounds here, we had parking space. I'm like, our community could have taken a different role in this. Not that our community failed, but like no one was really taking the role. But like this is something we got to think about, right? And no one was really on that page with me. Like nobody was really there with saying, yeah, we could do that. But it really makes me kind of angry. Spam, great show so far. It's not going much longer, so I appreciate that, Spam. But let it play in the background. Let it play in the background. So yeah, keep things going. So Bolo, we can call them piss jugs up here. Yeah, truckers have those. Yep. So, this is something I didn't get into in the velocity of information because it really wasn't pertinent to the book. Like I did mention somewhat about, essential, non-essential and truckers, but I didn't go deep into it. But there is a lot to be said about the whole essential, non-essential, and the way that we treated some essential workers, like truckers, right? It really got treated poorly. Even like store workers, you're working at a grocery store, you're expected to be there, and then like they give you like a 30-cent an hour wage, right? When there's this disease which could kill you. I mean, this stuff was really revealing, and not only from a corporation, but a societal point and a government point. And I think that's where, when I do some future writing and stuff, I'm going to, kind of bring that back, and because people don't remember it that way. That's also something I find in the velocity of information. When I go and present on that, with the book, and I'll say, every day, there was one morning you woke up as essential or non-essential, people be like, oh yeah, I guess that did happen. And they're like, whoa. And I'm like, no, remember. And you're probably, the reality is you're probably freaked out about it. And like, were you going to be able to, see your relatives who are in assisted living or hospital or nursing care, or was your work closed down? Were your kids going to go to school? All this stuff. And because, there was so much emotion, everybody kind of blocked it out and just like moved on beyond it. So when I talk about it, it's kind of like this weird memory people have of like, oh yeah, but they don't have what I would call the semantic meaning to it. The book delivers it of saying like, you're probably pretty terrified, and you're going to use this the rest of your life to decide like, what kind of job am I going to do? Like, am I going to fly? Am I going to go to vacation? Am I going to build a house? Am I going to live somewhere that's in a city? Am I going to live on the 30th floor. Like these will all be decisions you'll filter because of the pandemic. So, so the book actually kind of forces people back into a reality that they forgot. Well, I shouldn't say they forgot. They chose not to remember. But I think there's a lot of this with the way that we hosed truckers and just other people. So I'm not a fan of. I'm really angry about that. Actually, really angry. And I wish in the moment I would have been more aware of the fact that all of these waysides were shut down and the strife kind of that the truckers were going through, and that I could have maybe advocated a little stronger, because I wasn't tuning into that right at the moment, and then a little bit out I was kind of getting it, and then like, holy smokes, why don't we see on TV, right? Why didn't we see on TV like the again, way stations being open and the cheering of truckers? We didn't see any of that, but we saw the cheering of Bolo, 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 and then we also saw like a lot of this stuff for Bolo. Be like, hey, thumbs up. Any Zoom video, there was like it's called a Bolo button right here. There's a Bolo button. You just hit it, and it was either this, like the old fist bump, or it was this Bolo. It was just called a Bolo button. I still have it on this computer, but most of them it's not on there anymore. Andrew's saying, former YouTuber, I remember TFM. I have a lot of his podcasts downloaded from the day, right? Mentioned how bipolar leftists are. During the Canadian trucker protests, they were mad at truckers. Then some pipeline broke, and the next day cheering for truckers. So, yeah, I guess depending on what your needs are, if your needs are directly influenced, right, you're changing your positions on this. It's really a shame. Really, it's a huge shame. So, but yeah. No, this gives me this show, and thanks for the chat, because I mean the kind of disaster 3D thing, right? And then also giving me an idea on I got to figure out how I would write about the whole essential non-essential. I almost think there's a whole book just to be written on that. Well, I know there is, like are you essential, like as a book, and then just to go through and say, here's what went down, and a pretty forensic thing, but then to stop it and say, all the things going forward that you're probably you're thinking about as essential or non-essential, and are built into our systems, right, as essential or non-essential. And then the psychological impact on that, and just I don't know. I think there's a lot to be roughed out. There would be a lot of interviews, like I would interview like truck drivers, and you'd interview people who already work remote. You'd interview a dentist. You interview like someone at a church, right, and all this stuff. Of what is this? But you're trying to get back to essential, non-essential. Then you'd try to figure out forensically. You'd write about it, what happened from their perspective, looking back, and then also like how's it changed them going forward. And then really like the whole book hypothetically is what is essence. And I talked about that with somebody, because we're doing like a deep dive into, this wasn't like a podcast, but we were talking about the velocity of information and the deep semantic meanings of it, the word meanings, the time binding of certain terms, like safer at home, it's time binded to 2020, right? But we got into it, and I said, the book is really, really, like, if you really think about it, if you totally get into it and you've read it a few times, it's about one is empathy, and one is essence. Like, what is your essence? What makes you valuable to either yourself or to others or to your government? And like, how do you perceive essence when someone externally, like your government, says you don't have essence, like you're non-essential, right? So how do you keep going? Like, because that's a big hit to an ego, like to just have it's almost like, automate it, like a robot takes your job or something. But how do you work when and you have no input to it, and just one day that decision is made where you have lost essence, right? So I think that's absolutely huge, to kind of get into that discussion of. And I think it also is the reason we have people not coming back into jobs and stuff, because like no one, is really eager about tying themselves into a job when they can be declared essential or non-essential, and people don't believe that we are out of hard times. Like they are still, as I wrote about in my book, people are doing crowd in behavior. They're going to surround themselves with things that make them comfortable, video games, stuff like that, nice furniture, whatever they can do. And, they're not thinking this is over by any means, right? Inflation is happening. Like they haven't seen a stabilization. So they're not going to go out and commit to these jobs and stuff like that. So there's all these things that are kind of playing out. So I think like, Are You Essential might be a title like to a book. And I don't know. I'm amazed no one has really gone there with this. And I think there's like this parallel, like you could have a section of the book where you talk to people who like were in an industry, like a car industry, and then like the plant shut down in their town and they couldn't get any other job, and kind of like say like what happened to them. But then like this whole essential, non-essential from the government because of the pandemic in one day where you have no input to it, that was a little bit different. Because, otherwise you can kind of see things coming at you, right? And you can maybe do some things to maneuver, and it doesn't hit everybody, but in this case it did. So Bolo was saying, how can we be excellent to teach each other? That's a really good question. And I think it's any opportunity you have to be a good person, and the kind of Southern Prepper One on his channel does a lot of that, like just trying to convey, be a good person to other people, because people are very stressed right now. And you saying thank you to someone, or, helping someone out in some way can have this magnifying effect that you have no idea, right? Because people are so stressed right now. Goremonger saying to Bolo, just others how you want to be treated. It's just that simple. Yeah, by no means let people walk over you. Yeah. And so, it was a couple of weeks ago, my neighbors were they had like a hand clippers and whatever the hell they're out trying to like, between the cracks in your driveway and stuff, you get weeds that grow up, and they were trying to like trim that stuff back. And I'm watching them for a couple of minutes, and I'm like, God, like it'll take forever. It'll never really work. So I just grabbed my 4-stroke 20-year-old Briggs & Stratton, weed eater, and, gassed it up and went over there and said, hey, like, I know what you're trying to do here. That's cool. Right. And they're like, yeah, well, it's overgrown. And they worked all weekend. They got all the trees trimmed. Everything looks really great, but they're like, we don't have the weed whacker. And I'm like, man, I will take care of all this for you. It'll take me like 10, 15 minutes. And then they're like, well, what do we owe you? I'm like, nothing. I'm just glad to do it. I'm your neighbor. You're good neighbors. If I ever need anything, or like, you clean out your snow someday before mine is out, and you want to snowplow comes through and you want to do the last 6 feet of my tree, I don't care, whatever you want to do. But I'm like, you owe me nothing. I'm very glad to do this. And actually, like, the machine needs to be run kind of full throttle every once in a while to get the feel through it. And I haven't done that for a while. And I'm like, it is actually fun for me to do. So I went in 15 minutes later, boom, had everything all done. And they were out there like sweeping stuff up, and it looked really cool. Like, and for them, it's kind of a pride thing. And then other people in the neighborhood kind of catch in. But I'm like, but that's a kind of thing. And when you go to the happiness study, which is an authentic study, and I need to go in and do a show just about that, because I reference it in the Velocity of Information. But if you tell people, like, if they have a salary of like, say, $60,000, there was some threshold, but if you say, you have a choice, your salary can be doubled, or you have the same salary, but you live in a neighborhood where if you lose your wallet, someone, when they find it, they'll bring it back to you, everything in it. Like, which one of those is more important to you? And people overwhelmingly, like 3-1, picked, I want to live in a neighborhood where if I lose things, like, people will bring them back to me. And, so that's, once up again, you're above like a certain threshold of money. Right. But that was really big. And those are the types of things that, I kind of want to bring to light in this podcast too. And the fact of, like, you being a good person, like in your neighborhood or just to the people around you, means a lot to them. And that amplifies out, like, so Yeah, that is really a good thing. And you have to tell people that too. Like I actually told my neighbors as I was doing that, I said, you're good neighbors, like, right? Like, you're um so I've been in in the city longer than they have, but we appreciate you being here, and God, I'm more than glad to help out for 15 minutes, and I know you take pride in your property and study evidence, of course you do that type of stuff. Um so Goremonger's saying, sorry for grammar. Yeah, don't worry about it, buddy. Great story, Doc. Those are moments that get society back on their feet. Yeah, yeah, they do. And that's I have a snowblower, right? And we so when I grew up, I grew up in northern Wisconsin, right? And my dad was a school principal, and my brother and I, this is back, 70s, right? We lived in a part of town, small town, and it was part of town where it was mostly like World War II vets, and some were like widows and whatever, but it was like, so older World War II vets lived all around us in that part of town. It was an older part of town. And when it would snow, we'd have a big snow or whatever, and we got big blizzards. You get like 5, 6 feet of snow. That's not embellishing. Like I remember snow that would be up as snow drifts would be to the roof of our house. So it was a single story house, but they'd go right to the roof. And my dad would get my brother and I up at 4:30, and he'd hand each of us a steel grain shovel, and he'd say, "Clear out Katie, clear out Eddie." And we didn't want to do it. I don't know. Maybe my brother was. I didn't want to do it, but I did, like, because my dad told me to do it. And but looking back, it was the right thing to do, right? To help these people out, because they didn't have snow blowers and stuff like that. And as a kid, yeah, it meant I had to get up a couple hours early and do things. But now, like, I have my snowblower, so we get big snowfall. I'm out early, and I will clear out the neighbors. Snowplow comes through it, and then so if you have like a foot of snow, like that's one thing. But the snowplow comes through, and now at the end of your driveway, you have 3-4 feet of snow, and that's usually the hard stuff. You can't drive over that and stuff like that without messing up your vehicles. So if you can get out at all, so that's where if I'm out there with my snowblower, then I'm quickly going over to my neighbors, right, clearing out their last 6 feet of their driveway for them. So if they're going to work or whatever, they don't have to deal with that. But yeah, I look forward to that actually in winter. We have a big snow, and my neighbors know it too. Like I'll be like, I've got your back. I've got your back. I've got your back. And one of my neighbors, they passed away. A couple, they were in the 80s and bad health, and one had to leave for dialysis like every other day. It was a pretty bad setup. And she said, I'm really afraid that if we get snowed in, because they would call a taxi. They didn't have a vehicle anymore. They call a taxi, and they said taxi wouldn't pull in the driveway if it wasn't plowed out. And she's like, I don't know if I could get down to where the taxi was and go over. And anyway, I would go over there and I would like clean out their driveway and stuff like that real early. And she came out one time and she just told me that. She's like, this is just such a big relief for us because, I'm really worried, right? Because what if I have dialysis appointment at 8:00 and the taxi's here and I can't get to my dialysis appointment? I'm like, I appreciate it. Yeah, for me, like, I'm glad to do this. I am glad to do this. You owe me nothing. One time they gave us like a bag of shrimp or something like that around Christmas. But I'm like, don't feel that you owe me anything. I'm glad to do this. This makes me happy. I like using the machinery anyway. But I just really glad to do this. So, Bolo's saying not all snowblowers wear capes. So yeah, that is, and yeah, that's why I always keep my snowblower, ready to go. And actually I run, True Fuel, which is synthetic gas, which runs at a higher octane. And then you don't have the ethanol sucking in the water, messing with the carbs. So like I can like clear out stuff that other people, well, I mean, I shouldn't say it, but my machine never fails, right? Because I'm running this stuff, and in summer I'll run it. And in a couple of weeks here, I'll take the snowblower out and make sure it's all ready to go. But it's that thing though. And I have cleats that I wear on my boots. So if it's icy, I can I'll be like, don't worry, I still got you guys. But I don't know. I mean, I know a lot of people do this, so I'm not tooting my own horn or anything because other people do this type of stuff. But it's that type of thing though that kind of gets us back on track. And but it's Admiral Loy. It's a rescue of 500,000 people in 9 hours from Lower Manhattan. When Admiral Loy on 9/11 says, "Hey, if you have a boat, you can help come down here." It's that type of thing. It's not only discretion. It's just doing the right thing without fear of repercussion, and it's also people accepting help. Like we had a tornado come through here 2 years ago. Was that the year the tree got dropped on my house? That sucked. That was bad. The tree that then I cut up and burned. But I left my house. Like once my house was taken care of, like I left and took my wheelbarrow. What did I do? I don't know. Wheelbarrow my saws, I think. Yeah, that's what I took. And I went down the block where my neighbor's places really got hit hard. And I just helped people out. And it was really weird because like a lot of people didn't have a wheelbarrow. Like I have a old metal wheelbarrow. So like a big basket wheelbarrow that's really, heavy duty, like not a plastic one. I mean, and I had my saws and I would just come in and say like, hey, like I'm your neighbor from, right up there, like you can see me like 7 houses up or whatever. And I can see like you've got a lot going on here. What can I do to help you? And if they couldn't come up with anything, then I'd say, well, let me at least like, I can cut up your stuff and move it closer to the curb. So eventually when they come through and they pick this stuff up and clear off your walkways. But it was kind of weird because some people, no one turned down the help, but some people weren't sure how to accept the help. And I, because who are you? And what are you going to do? And I kind of get that. Right. But I'm also like, I live like right there. Like I have a wheelbarrow, right? So you kind of know, like I'm not from out of the area. And if you want, I'll pull out my driver's license and show you, I live 7 houses from you, but it was a little bit of a pause, but then people are always like, and again, like if they couldn't come up with something, like I could quickly just say like, let me do this because this is going to help in your process of, I see that, a tree fall off over, it's covering up your driveway or whatever. So like, let's just get that out of here to the sides of your driveway is open. But I was so tired. Oh my God. For 2 days, that was a time like, so I was like 48, 47, 48 at the time. I realized like I was actually kind of old, like an old person, like, and so I'm on top of the hill. So I'm pushing this wheelbarrow down and pushing back up to my house at the end of the day. I was just wiped. I was so tired. I don't know if I've been that tired for years. I gave like everything. I wasn't eating a lot either because, I'm just down there, like hopping from house to house. And it was okay. It was fine. But I mean, it was that moment when I was like, oh my God, like I just have to like sleep and eat or eat and then sleep. I was so tired. But it was good. It was good stuff. And I would, of course, do it again. And it was kind of one of those things like, what if this happened again? Like, how could I help more? Like, what could I have brought more? And one of those things I think was like, I need like an extra pair of gloves, right? I always have, because I burned through my gloves really fast, like on the first day. And then everyone's all sold out of gloves. So like, I actually did that. Like I always have like an extra pair of work gloves, leather work gloves ready to go that I would bring with me, especially when stuff is wet, like it burns up your leather gloves pretty fast. Gormonger is saying, hey, growing up in Northwest Indy, I was also taught to shovel as much as you can safely of another sidewalks and driveway. Moved away from snow, but I think about the Pennsylvania snowblower incident. So from 2020, I think, wonder if that sad story could have been avoided if they treated each other better. Oh yeah, that was when someone was if I'm correct, I could be wrong on this. I think someone came over and snowblowed like a neighbor's property, and neighbors like, don't be over here snowblowing, and they were just trying to help them out, and like the guy shot him or something. All right, I mean, it's just crazy. Yeah, that is, if I'm correct, I think I remember that, right? So thankfully with my neighbors, like they all know me and things like that. But that was just really weird that someone would, but who knows what the backstory was of crime and instance and stuff like that, but it's still really it's completely horrifying. So yeah, we also, so I share a property line, and my neighbors are elderly, like he's in his 90s, and so he's not out doing yard work, and they're, great neighbors. And we have this shared area, kind of like, where the cable TV stuff is, a little post and things like that. So you can't get grass to grow there. So we like mulch around it. So I take care of the mulch, even though it's like on both our properties. And then we'll dye it and take care of it. I just did that last week. And they had a lot of, a lot of acorns have been dropping, which is really weird this year, but I can sit out in my chair and just like, they're nonstop, like every 30 seconds, an acorn is bouncing off the roof. So it's just one of those years where there are a ton of acorns out in the lawn where the trees are. And so I went out there with my leaf vac and sucked all of that stuff up. And I got a couple of bags, leaf bag is a big thing on, Echo Leaf, gas leaf blower, where you put the bag on it to bag stuff up. And I went over and I'm like, I'm like, because your mower is not going to be able to take care of this. And let me just suck this stuff up and don't worry about it. It looks really good, like once I got like all of it up, but it took a long time. Like I said, I probably had like 40 pounds of acorns. Like I never experienced anything in that like that. And I just told them, like, I had never seen this. Kind of weird. They're like, yeah, we never had a year like this. Gord, I think they put the snow in their driveway. Okay. That was because they blew snow onto his property. Oh, okay. A lot of history and taunting. Yeah. Yeah. Well, I mean, it doesn't warrant being shot, right? But you totally don't want to do that. Like, I'm really careful when I snow blow that I don't, on the one side it's impossible, but the other side, I don't put anything on my neighbors. And if I did, like, I quickly get over there and kind of, clear that out. That's be by accident, but yeah, you don't want to be that person. God. When I lived here, one of our neighbors, and they moved since, like, was so strict on the property line for mowing. Like if I'd be an inch over or something, or like, it would just he'd be wild about it. I'd be like, dude, what am I supposed to do here? Like I mean, literally it's what's your solution to this? Now, like the people who moved in, like, 5-6 years ago, when they moved in, I told them, hey, like there was an issue. And they're like, yeah, the guy mentioned like you're kind of a difficult neighbor to get along with. I'm like, that's not true at all. Like, I'm a good neighbor. I'm like, that guy was difficult to get along with. But I said, we share this little small piece of land between the two driveways. Like, what if it's okay with you? Like, I'll just mow it because most of it's mine versus like the 2.5 feet that are yours. So just let me mow it. Like, I'll totally take care of it. And they're like, yeah, fine. That's good. And like, that was the end of the discussion. But it was kind of funny. Because yeah, he was saying, yeah, we got this neighbor. I was like like I said, a good neighbor, but just trying to keep things looking good. And so Andrew's saying, I don't know how bad of a person do you have to be to intentionally blow snow? Kind of adds up. So yeah, that's I don't know. It's kind of a crazy thing that you do that. So yeah. All right. So a few things. The most honest book ever written about the $3 billion school safety industry, really about $5 billion now. But if you've read it, if you've listened to it, leave a review. It's got 54. It really needs 55. It's kind of the big number. People see the 5, they're like, I'll buy it. 54, they're on the fence. But this is an awesome book. And I appreciate the reviews. And also the velocity of information. This is a really, thinking person's book. Delve into that. And it was one of those books that there is nothing out there like the velocity of information. And there's also this weird thing, like TJ Martinell's going to be on the show. You guys probably know TJ, and he's been on the show before. But we've been talking. I said, I really don't know who would publish velocity of information today. I think there'd be too much pushback and it'd be too controversial. And it was the right book at the right time. And even the publish, things kind of got a little questionable toward the end of like, do we put this out there or don't we? But it is a book that records a lot of history that wasn't recorded otherwise. And if you go back now and try to remember what things were like, it's not going to be the same. And these interviews of, Larry Lawton and Linda Stone and Morgan Rogue, I mean, they're just so vivid. It's just, I listened to it when I was out biking, when I did like my 80-mile trek, I put it on. And I was like, God, like this is a really good book, and, there's a lot of setup in the beginning of the book to tell you kind of the terminology and kind of what's coming ahead. And then suddenly you get rolling in these 12 interviews, and then it's like, oh my God, like, now it's all connecting because there's kind of a lot of setup at the start of the book, and it'd be that way. And I was like, I just like listening to that book. I was just like, oh my God, like this is just so good, so well done, and nothing else out there like it. So yeah, but I mean, you can help me out by promoting a review goes a long way. Sharing it on your social media, hey, whatever, think it's something you'd be interested in. And also, I don't know, anybody does this, but if you contact your local library, send them an email and say, I live here and I want this book in the library, or I'd like this book in the library. Most libraries will buy it if you live there. So that's another way. Just quickly say, here's a title, here's the ISBN, boom. Bolo, where you live, it could be there. Gormeyer saying, I brought it up as an example to treat others the way you want to be treated, which is a great point. Yeah, we get back to the golden rule, right? And it doesn't have to get much more complicated than that, right? And that's the thing, like with my neighbors, when I was doing the weed whack, stuff, which was a little more ambitious, right, than kind of what I made it out to be, because there was a lot of work that needed to be done. I had to like re-thread the weed whacker because I went through like a half spool of thread, and but I did say to them, like, hey, if something, right, like, something happened to me where I wasn't able to mow my lawn, for a couple of weeks or something, like, I know you'd be over here, right? Or you'd offer to like go to the store to get something, like, I know you do that. So, you owe me nothing. Like, can we bring you, whatever, a case of beer? I'm like, well, no, I'm good. And again, just, and I think you can also reflect back to people. It's, they're good people. I'm not helping you out because I'm upset that your driveway doesn't look kept. I see you out here struggling to try to do this, not have the equipment, the tools, and I have the tools. I have the time. And so just let me help you out. And, if there's a circumstance, right, something comes up, or there's something I have, or, you have something to help me out, then great. Maybe I can borrow, hey, do you have a, yeah, edge sander or whatever, I could use that. But yeah. So I don't know. It's cool. I'm not any great person by any means, but yeah, I mean, I think I am a good neighbor. I kind of keep to myself, but and after a storm, right? Big branches go down in people's yards. Kind of help drag that stuff out, or else cut it up where it's manageable. We haven't had really much of that this year, which is kind of surprising. So I think August was the first year in 41 years we didn't have a tropical storm or hurricane. So, all right. Let me, I'll do the outro. So thank you, everybody. Next week, again, we do have Graham Wilson will be on the show. It starts at 7. So the most we'll go for is 2 hours. He is in Eastern time in Canada. He's a pilot. He's a flight instructor. He's a funny guy. If you actually check him out at superpilotish.com, superpilotish. So let me put that down. He has a, if you go back, pilotish, if you go back on YouTube, then some of the animated stuff he did back like in 2010, 11 is hilarious. It has like tens of thousands of views. School safety question from Gormonger. Are you still teaching internet privacy in schools? If so, why not? In 07 or 08, they pulled us into the auditorium to watch about it. I am. No, I completely am. So I do teach that based up more upon kind of the Trip Elix's work. So let me bring up, I include it in each of my classes, and I largely am informed, gosh darn it, by courses, right? Yeah. So here it is. So it's it's tripelix.com. Trip was a guest on the show, but I get my updated materials from Trip, and I go through and he's like a cybersecurity expert, and he kind of focuses on cybersecurity for youth. But I all my classes we address that. And one of the things too is I am very overt with these new administrators and said, you need to get in your district administrator and whoever, law enforcement, your SRO or law enforcement, and then, and also, not only talk about security, but talk about like sexting, right? Of sharing the pictures and the consequences and, being put on lists and things like that. But what the IRS just said, 200,000 or 300,000 people, they lost their data or got swiped by a hacker. But Trip gets into, protecting. I take his resources, but I spend a lot of time on that and with schools, and yeah. So internet privacy, yeah, and it is interesting, right? This is again, we go to school conferences, and I bring up, well, here's the state school board convention, right? What they do, and then I'll go through everything they're doing. I'm like, wow, um, internet privacy in schools doesn't seem to be one of your keynotes or one of your breakouts. Like, why not? And we know that things are getting hacked, or that kids are putting stuff out there, or that online predators are seeking this information, and they're getting it from profiles, and like, just so why aren't you doing that? And so again, I have my own theories on this. Like, conferences tend to gravitate toward things which are very broad and not very deep. So, but yeah, I'm doing that. So thanks for asking, Goremonger. It's a good friend, Rusty Rivers. Rusty, please subscribe if you haven't. I would appreciate that. So thank you very much. Welcome. Very much welcome. So yeah, I appreciate that. So let me go back to comments. Heath is saying, I'm back. I just got an offer of, yeah, you probably did. You'll probably be able to sell it tomorrow for like a lot more. An offer for safety3d.com. So yeah, no, I'm not doing any squatting rights to that. So if you genuinely want to make it yours, go for it. It's one of those things where I bet if you did that and then you put it on the market, it'd be like investing in gold or silver. There would be a point someone would come to you and say, yeah, I'll give you $1,000 for it. Like, it just seems obvious that some company would want that. I mean, I don't get it. Andrew's saying, it blows me that any IRS data is on the internet. It should be on a separate file. Yeah, no kidding. And Chad Elkins tomorrow night, our CPA friend, is centering his show on the IRS data breach, and just in general his observations of how insecure this personal data of American citizens is in the IRS's hands, right? And nothing comes of it. No one loses their job. And remember the Equifax breach a couple of years ago? Like, someone, I think, got demoted, or no one got fined, fired, and so the consequences also for not protecting data are pretty low. And that one thing I see in schools that I talk a lot about, Goremonger, one thing I talk about is that these ransomware things, because that's more frequent in schools. Someone saying, hey, like, I've got all of your, we've got all your student data and whatever, so you have to pay $45,000 in Bitcoin in the next day to get it back. And these schools typically pay it. But then, of course, this happens a lot. So again, this is where I need to kind of separate out a show or shows and do some major conferences where it's like state organizations, and these organizations make like $100,000 off these conferences because they're charging people $400 or $500, and then they get a cut off of the hotel rooms. I mean, I was in the business. I know what it's like. I try to do it very ethically, but and we'll go through the conference agenda, the conference offerings, and it'll be like, okay, like pretty useless, semi-useful, pretty useless, breakouts useless. Here's a breakout that's a vendor. And, we'll point those things out. And then I think we can compile this kind of side list of saying like, student data security or data security systems in schools, and, how to detect, deep fakes, right? And how to investigate a deep fake, alleged deep fake. Like that would be a perfect keynote or a breakout session at a state school board conference. But yeah, you kind of figure out when how they work at these things, right? They're selling to the vendors but yeah, I'm going to do that. I have really nothing to lose by doing that, other than I'm bringing some truth back into the system. But I do that with my administrators, and they're really surprised when I do that in class. And because they've never really scrutinized this before. And I'm like, how's your math scores? Like, or your reading in your district or some of these things, or how's like, functioning with increased allergies, like record number of allergies with kids and EpiPen stuff. So like, here's your state conference. It's addressing things, and here's stuff on, whatever. But here are big core issues. It could even be life and death, and that they're not addressing. And there's not even a breakout. And so why not? So who do you contact? How do you suggest this? And why aren't they on top of this, And so I don't know. I ran conferences that had extreme integrity in their keynotes and breakouts, extreme integrity. So, yep, GoDaddy appraised it and made an offer. Good for you. When I get monetized, send a little of that back here on a super chat as a thank you. So, Rusty's saying, one of the things I've noticed about new school being built, smartphones, kids, and staff bring, will not work unless they hook to the school's internet service. Okay. Yeah, I'll check on that, with my students. If, right. If you can't get on their Wi-Fi, but I mean, like if I can't get on a Wi-Fi, I can still get on Verizon or whatever the hell's out there. So, but yeah. But that's the way, like, the Chromebooks and iPads that students had, when schools would go to one-to-one devices, they would only let you use like their Chromebook the school had. So if you had your personal Chromebook, it couldn't log on to the network. So you're right. Yeah. So that's a good point. Gormager saying Clary is right on laziness and workers and people as a whole. Yeah, and he's really had some fired up shows lately, hasn't he? I think I posted a couple things to him today, and he's a good friend of mine, and we haven't had lunch for a while, so I got to check when he's going to kind of he still has family in Wisconsin, so when he gets back. But yeah, just this whole thing of kind of personal striving. So I wrote an article which will be featured in Phi Delta Kappan. So it's on abeyance agreements, and it took me, I don't know, a couple of weeks to write the article and to research it. And I sent it off to a friend of mine who's an attorney, because some of it gets into legal stuff that I'm not a lawyer. And I'm like, is this right? Or how should I change this? And, that person's not getting paid either, just doing it to help me out. So I'm doing this article because it's contributing to the professional community, right? I'm not getting paid by Phi Delta Kappan for this article. Like if you were to write this article under some kind of pay agreement, it's probably $1,000 to write this, right? So I'm doing this for this professional journal because I respect Phi Delta Kappan, and for me and the work that I do as a professor, right, it's important to have scholarly stuff published. But I'm doing because I want to. I want to have this out there, and I'm like, no one else is kind of doing that. Like people aren't doing the scholarly work being done. Like people will write an article, that's one thing. Like this says like 15 citations, probably took me 2 weeks to write. Like I got to go back into like, a lot of researching different, legal stuff, laws, providence, stuff like that. So it's like really well done. It's almost like a mini book. And, I'm handing it over to them saying, if you want to print it, like it's yours, and I'm not getting paid. But that type of driving yourself, or like even what it takes to write a book, is, you know, like 471 endnotes in the velocity of information and all the stuff going back and forth with, you know, your different proofs, not proofreading, proofs where it comes back to you and you change things and the editor changes, publisher changes things, but permissions and I mean, the amount of work that goes into something like that um, is immense, right? And I know fewer and fewer people that kind of do that personal type growth stuff, you know, in whatever they're going to do, or they're going to learn to like fix their car or be a carpenter or, you know, even like agriculture type things. I know some people, right, that do that, but I know more that don't. So, and especially like in my kind of circle of people in kind of that scholarly, I guess, area. I don't know, but I'm like, you know, you're not writing these papers, like, you know, you're not trying to write a book. And I kind of think when you get a certain amount of knowledge and things like, I don't know. Even like when I narrated at School of Airs, like that was a big personal challenge. Like it's for me, it was very difficult to narrate because you have to figure out where you're going to pause and you know, when you're reading for 2 hours, there's, you know, you have the same energy and inflection, and it was a struggle, but you know, I took it on and did it, and I just don't I don't know, and that's, you know, and also like you stick with something, right? You know, like if any job I had, you know, it was when I was, I don't know, 13, 14, I had a work permit and I could work like 20 hours. It was probably more like 30 at the cement factory, 2 blocks from my house. So I was working at the cement factory. You know, I worked all the summers and in college, you know, right? I worked like 30 hours a week while I was taking 18 credits at, you know, plumbing at Menards and then Fleet Farm. And I had a not apprenticeship, a fellowship or whatever the hell it was, assistantship, where I was assigned to be almost like a teaching assistant, right? So, but I'm like, you know, you just kind of did things in projects. Like when I did my garage floor and the concrete, even though some of that project turned to hell in August, and I think that was because the product was, some stuff I was using turned bad at, you know, the supply chain. Like I just, you know, stick with it. You just keep going. And I had my youngest daughter, we went out today and we were practicing her softball skills, you know, throwing, pitching, and hitting and all of that stuff. So we go to the field, and, you know, I usually have to prompt this stuff. And we get there and everything is good, really good, until we get to hitting. And, you know, the first 10 pitches, like she doesn't hit any of the first 10. And then she starts to get down on herself, and then, you know, kind of loses enthusiasm for, like, you know, being out there. And I'm like, you know, you have to stick with it, right? And we'll stay out here, and there will be days when it's just not going to click for you. But like the other stuff is really good, like the pop-ups and the grounders, like you're doing great. So, you know, maybe you'll kind of get synchronized here with hitting, but if you don't, you don't. And then next time I think you will. But yeah, the kind of this like, you know, frustration and let's just go back home and stuff. I'm like, no, like, you know, it's a nice day. Like in 2 months, this will be all snow covered. And like, I'm not upset. I'm not upset that you're not hitting the ball, but just stay in there. Like stay in your home plate and keep your eye on the ball. And again, if it doesn't happen, it doesn't happen. And maybe we can bring a different bat next time so we can switch off, maybe, you know, try a heavier bat or something like that. But yeah, so I think it was a good message and it did work. I think because afterwards when we got home, she said, yeah, you know, like using the heavier bat, like maybe would have had some, yeah, maybe. I said, there'll just be days when it's not going to work. Maybe it's grounders one day or fly balls or whatever it is, pitching. There'll be a day when that's just not going to click. Yeah, but then just work through it, and, you know, you've done it in the past. It'll come back, you know. I said, I have bike rides like that. I have bike rides, right, where I'll be out and, you know, I'm just like, today's not the day, you know, it's instead of 80, maybe it's a 40-mile ride, or, you know, I just didn't prep well enough, or even though I took coffee, bananas, I'm just not feeling the energy for it, you know, once in a while. So I'll still bike, but it's not going to be the same trip. I'll change it up. but it's not a loss because I still have my routine and I biked and quiet quitting, it's called doing your job. Yeah, I've been reading about that stuff. Publish or perish for professors. Yeah, I'm not on tenure track, right? So anything I do, it does obviously impact it off. I've had more offerings because I am published as a scholarly work, and even Phi Delta Kappan has a certain rank as a journal where it's citable. So my PhD in the publishing opens up doors for me big time in the post-secondary setting. But I'm also not a tenured track professor. I'm not a full-time professor. I'm not going down that route. So I don't have to do that to survive. But right, if you were doing a tenure track, you'd be doing a lot of publishing. But one of the things too is this is a private publishing company, right? If they don't think the book is going to sell or isn't good, they're not going to publish it. So that's another thing. And Phi Delta Kappan, some of these things in the university setting, right? You can kind of have your stuff published and it might not be the best stuff because it's really different paths that aren't quite as scrutinized as the private sector because of the you have to make money on it. So not saying that's always the case, but School of Airs and Philosophy of Information are just really good books. They're not college books, although I use School of Airs as a college book and I know it's used, but those are just meant to be really good scholarly works. And then the abeyance agreement article with Phi Delta Kappan, nothing is out there like it. Even Phi Delta Kappan had to roll the dice a little bit to publish that because that's going to be a lightning bolt. A lot of people are not going to be happy that article is out there. People that use pre-expulsions, stuff like that, which is pretty much every school. But also Northwestern Pritzker Law School is coming out with a legal note that they've been working tirelessly on since last year, where they're going to have this note of saying these abeyance agreements, they're nowhere in education law, and it's a real fuzzy process, and they rob parents of their due process, and if there are concerns, really serious concerns about a kid, they kind of get blown off because the abeyance agreement hides these. They're not reported anywhere. And so a legal note of that stature could be referenced in case law. So my article would be cited by their legal note, but then you'd have two sources. And yeah, there could be something where a judge could say, yeah, this abeyance agreement school that you did, this is a violation of the students' constitutional rights to due process. So I think I'm onto something really big with that. That's why I wrote that piece. It was I said it's the best policy piece I ever wrote. And it's, the feature of the journal and stuff like that. And I don't know if I'll ever do anything to that level again. But that's something I just did. Right. So people tend to fail upward these days. I saw that right from the start of my career. I think I told you the one time we had a staff appreciation and my boss was like, hey, I got day old Kentucky Fried Chicken. And it was a great deal in it. And I was telling us this as we're getting this. And I'm like, that's kind of gross. And the other thing is why would you even say that? Why would you have to make a point out that for our staff appreciation meal, we're eating day old food? Why wouldn't you keep that to yourself? This is a really weird person. But yeah, I worked for people who fell up or were just in the right place at the right time and surrounded by people who worked really hard and knew what they were doing. And were these, I would say the Delta Force people, right? So you have your person who's in kind of the alpha position, but maybe then they have this Delta Force of people who are really working around them to keep things going. And so I saw a couple of those people. I worked in situations like that too, where these Delta people just carried everything. And it was, and the person just kind of, because they were there, they were getting the credit, and it seemed like they were the factor of causing these good outcomes. And the fact was, it wasn't them. It was the Delta Force was doing it. And some people want to be the Delta Force, right? They don't want to be the main person. They want to be the one person down. So I saw a lot of that. And then, just as I got later on in my career, I'll say the best job, again, I said it earlier, the best job I ever had was working at School for Blind. Best job. I ever had. And it was so far removed from the goofiness of the way school board meetings were going, right? There wasn't a school board for the school for the blind, so you didn't have, all of that stuff going on, and a lot of the crazy state regulations kind of circumvented the school, and it was just it was just a it was a good thing, but yeah, I I really I see that it's frustrating, people failing up, and I don't know if hard work gets you as far as I don't think it does get you as far as it did, just on its own. Doing your job, the absolute bare minimum, just to get by, just go home. Yeah, right. And right, right. I see that, and that's when, when the stuff I do now, right. Um, you know, I I love being a professor, right? I love the stuff that I do, and I'm accountable really to me on that. I don't really work as much of a department, right? Um, and so that is really good. And then all of my 1099 consulting is just like, me to my standard. So, but yeah, I I'm with you, Rusty. That goes back. This is Gormonger. That goes back to earlier with voluntary versus bureaucratic organizations. Yep. Yeah, I have to go back. I have to check with Katie Pashon, and because so there was this attempt to regulate Cajun Navy relief, basically saying like you can be a part of this, but you have to pay like $20 a year, and you have to like take this state training and or federal training. And then it was proposed by a couple states, I think, and it got shot down, right? Um, but they basically wanted to skim money off of this, and then it was saying, well, it's liability. What if they come in an area and what wires down, they electrocute it, and well, but the fact was like you start to regulate this thing that's going to disappear. So Gormeyer saying people you care about versus paper on a desk and can't do the right thing because your boss will be happy. Yeah. Yeah. People run into that. And thankfully, again, like toward the end of my career, I wasn't in that situation. And actually when I was at the school for the blind, like I had the best boss I've ever had. I mean, I still have I have a voicemail that I recorded with my phone. He left on my voicemail. I did some presentation, or we had something going on, and I handled it. And he's just like, "Hey, like, so much appreciate working with you. Such a professional and doing this and whatever." And I think it's in one of my podcasts. Like I have it somewhere. I saved it, and I have it as an MP3. I'm like, it was just such a cool. And the guy was doing that all the time, genuinely, like all the time for genuine things. But I'm like, man, it was good to kind of zoom out of the career, right, of working with a really top-notch person. Those people they're just not there anymore. I mean, I shouldn't say it. They're there. I mean, the people who stay like for 30 years in a position aren't there anymore. I mean, but one of the things that comes up all the time with my new administrators, and a lot of these are really good people, right? But something happens that is controversial, right? And they need to respond to it, right? And they'll say, I always have to think, is there something I'm going to do that is going to end up with the district separating employment with me because of the way that I responded to, whatever, that maybe I did something right, but I judge right, but the district is deeming wrong. And that was like, I had a soup who, I think there was a wrestler who violated the code of student conduct allegedly for like a party and couldn't wrestle at state. And the board was getting a lot of pressure from the community, and the soup was non-renewed. And it wasn't directly saying that was the reason, but the soup came to the board and said, listen, like I've been here like 5 years. We've increased like our test scores and all this positive stuff. And suddenly, like it has to be this, right? And the board never said anything, but they non-renewed. And you only have a 2-year contract, sometimes 1 year if you're on your last year. And things like that happen, or a board gets, voted in that didn't hire you. And so the administrators would say, I don't want to move my family, right? So I'll do the right thing. I want to do the right thing, but also like there's only so far with some of the stuff they can go before it starts to get into personal stuff of saying, yeah, but if that happens, right, you are backing that, and that wrestler can't wrestle, and now you're out of a job and your house is for sale, in a community at that time where housing was kind of depressed. I mean, you have to find a new job. And so it's really weird, the process people kind of go through in that. I have a lot of empathy when administrators, share that. Like I had a friend who became a superintendent and moved to, you start out in these really small rural districts, and within like 5 years, he had 3 superintendent jobs, which were like progressively moving him up to larger districts. But like he at one point was living in a house and had his previous 1 or 2 homes not yet sold. And his kids, like, because we talked and he said, "Oh God, my kids like it was so hard to adjust to these new schools. And they're like, please don't move again. Like, we don't want to do this again." And so I don't know. To me, like, that's a thing. These kind of things factor in these leadership positions, right? I guess you go there, police, fire, city, mayor. I mean, these positions don't tend to have the same longevity that they had in the past. So, all right. And with that, I mean, show's been going on for your 4 hours and 11 minutes. I'm going to take us out. Thank you, Gormonger, Rusty, and just everybody. Definitely, Heath, Bolo, appreciate all of you. Thanks for the watch hours. Thanks for supporting the show, letting people know, man, 1.21K, that's pretty awesome to see. And again, got some great shows lined up, and now, it's going to be over 200 shows before too long. It's great content. So take us out the same way it took us in. Let me get over here to, all right. And all right. Thanks, everybody. Have a terrific week. Thank you so much for supporting the show.
As chaos erupts, torrents of conflicting yet urgent messages gush from media outlets. What is the magnitude of the incident, and what should people do to protect themselves? Dr. David Perodin clarifies human behavior during days, weeks, months, or even years of chaos. Reporter James David Dixon of the Detroit News proclaims, "The velocity of information is an education in the way people react and adapt to change. Never has it been more important to sift facts and stories for truth and meaning. The velocity of information will teach you how people have done it in history, in the modern day, and even in prison. There are teachable moments on every page." Buy The Velocity of Information, Human Thinking During Chaotic Times. Available from your favorite bookstore or online retailer. A must-read for parents, teachers, and taxpayers. Dr. David Perodin has written the most honest book about the $3 billion school safety industrial complex. Attorney James Sibley proclaims, "A brave demonstration of speaking truth to power. School of Errors rips the lid off the billion-dollar school safety industry." Using real-world examples of successful responses in desperate situations, David contrasts the expensive window dressings pitched to panic parents with the inexpensive and effective approaches proven to actually work. Read this book before you let your school waste another precious dollar on meaningless safety theater. Buy the international bestseller School of Errors, Rethinking School Safety in America, now at Barnes & Noble or Amazon.
Hi, everybody. This is the Safety Doc with a face validity check-in here on March 31st, 2020. Bellevue, Washington has started a tool to report stay-home violations. This is from the government website in Bellevue, Washington. So we're going to scroll down here to My Bellevue portal and then to report gatherings. They've made it convenient. There's a map on the right. You can drag a location over here into address, write a description, and then also include photos. This is a practice we've seen in some areas of the country, but it's going to be more prevalent. Look for it in your area, probably in the next week or two. Describe the odor. Is it like when something electrical is burning? And so on. Ridiculous, right? We don't shift the investigation to the reporter, but that's covertly what the school district thought needed to happen to prevent their investigation scrambling principals from burning out. And as this paragraph smolders, it would be prudent to consider bringing students with disabilities from the sidelines of safety and center them to active roles of detecting and reporting threats. So we had a rather difficult meeting. Upon due diligence of examining the reporting system, I informed the district representative that I could not justify modifications to the existing model, as such changes would make the system less accessible to students. Well, that was a short chit-chat. The district folks believed, or hoped, that the threat input system could be modified and maintained with fidelity. I wasn't in alignment with that hypothesis, and so I was thanked and given notice that our partnership would be over at month's end. Business is business, but in school safety, it's never as simple as that.